You coming to get deconverted to freak? The freak? Hello? Okay, the freak. I see how it is. I'll remember this.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
All right. My computer's like just really running slow right now, so might be like delays and stuff. Yeah,
So you had an argument.
yeah. Remember that one we worked on last week, or yeah, I think it was last week. I
All
think
right,
I
all
got
right,
that one. I think I got that one down good, down pat, and then I have another one,
all
and then
right.
there's
Share
something
the
else I want to
argument
talk
with.
about.
Share the
All right,
argument. What is the argument?
all right.
Let me mute
Came
myself
up
real
here.
quick.
We're going to go with P1 is necessarily all law governed things are created. P2, where'd it go? Necessarily, the universe is law governed. Conclusion, the universe is created.
And what's the inference rule?
I forget what that is again.
Like modus ponens, modus tollens, etc. Like if P, then Q, P, therefore Q, so on and so forth.
Oh, okay, let's see. I don't know. Let's see if we can pick this up. The background on, let me do it. Okay, it goes. Hmm. See, I don't know what these symbols are. So you got like a square, A upside down, an X, bracket L, bracket X, bracket. You don't understand any of that, do you?
There's no inference rule. That's the point, to freak. It says necessarily all governed things are created. Necessarily the universe is law governed. The universe is created. This, I
Yeah.
guess, if you did like the best form of it, you could say like if let me see. If the universe is law governed, it's created. The universe is it would be like would that be better? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. I mean, to me, it looks like the
Is
same thing.
this what you're trying to say? Because that's not the same thing. But is that what you're trying to say? I'm reading what you're saying here,
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
think this is what you're trying to say.
yeah. Yeah, I don't
Is
like the
this
word
correct?
necessarily anyway.
Okay. Okay. So let's delete your argument. So let's work with this. This is what you're trying to say, right?
If the universe is going right, yeah, that works. That's fine.
Okay. So
Because
this is modus ponens. This is a valid logical. I think this is valid. This should be valid. This should be a valid logical syllogism. Um, it is created. Yeah, that should be valid. So, and that should be modus ponens. So, easy argument, right? So, I would say, so I think you would have to define what law governed is. And with that, I would also say that even if it is law governed, the if the conditional premise one might not necessarily be the case, right? Because even if it was law governed, it could still be like natural laws or something. And so I think you would have to like define law governed. And then I think you'd also have to create arguments against like every other possible position, which could be a lot of possible positions. And you've got like a static in the background. Do you know how to remove that static? Maybe turn on like background noise cancellation or something.
Yeah, hold on.
And then Benjamin Horwitz says, "Congrats, you're the new Aquinas." Thank you, Benjamin. Greatly appreciate the super chat. Or maybe just mute when you're not talking. That would work too. Just so that there's not background noise when you're not talking.
There's another setting I could check, but yeah, what you said, I think I agree with. So I would have to close up all those gaps that you were talking about, which would be a lot of work, and I'm probably not going to do all that. So I'm going to have to run it back into Copilot again.
Right. Well, yeah, and so I think this is at least a valid form of the argument you're trying to present, right? This sounds like what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I think that's pretty close. I mean, it's about as close as
Like
like
the other one
it
was
ran through
kind of
Copilot.
like
Okay,
the other one was I don't know if it was valid or not, but it was basically like a tautology, right? I don't know if that would count as valid. I don't think it was valid in the way it was, but even if it was, it would just be like a tautology. So that's why I was saying we should put this into a form where it's using some type of inference rather than like a tautology, right? Because you had like two definitional
yeah,
premises and then like a premise that is just like or then a conclusion that was just like definitional from how you define them, whereas this is saying, I mean, all deductive arguments work like that, but this is at least like some type of inference, right?
it's not done. It's definitely not done. But yeah. All right, I'm going
Oh,
to run the other one
oh,
now.
oh, we have zero ducks. She gave me two versions of zero ducks. Let's see.
Uh oh. You're talking about your music generator.
Yeah, we have two versions of it. It looks like I can't download it though. That's unfortunate. Let's see.
Say what? Can you play it?
Maybe in a minute.
All right, so here we go on the other one, real quick. Okay. Oh,
Oh,
where'd it go? Hold on.
oh.
Okay,
Let's
here we
see.
go.
Let's see. Let's see. I don't know which one I'm listing though. I think the first one.
Can we listen to them and then pull them?
Oh. Oh.
It's not.
This is
It's not
hard.
good if you're taking this
This is
long to
hard.
like. Yeah, like usually when it goes right through, right?
This is hard, dude. This is hard. No ducks. This is hard.
Well, yeah, I get confused when you say no
We have
ducks,
zero
and then you're
ducks.
like duck, 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 and the
We have
song is
zero
like no
ducks.
ducks or something. Zero ducks.
Gretchen, can you download the wave version of the first one? Let's do the first one. That's amazing. I love it. Oh yeah, this is hard, Gretchen. I'm banging my head. Let's go. The first one that you sent me, yeah. The one that has the like on it. The one that has the like on it. Can you download the wave of and then share the wave? Let me see. I don't think I can download the wave. You have it makes you share it because you have rights to the song. Oh yeah. Here, I'll link it. That one. I sent it to you. That one. That one is hard. Oh yeah. That's it. That's it. That's what I wanted. Yeah. Yeah. What? Oh, I no, no, I'm just jamming out. I'm like, yeah, this is awesome.
You know that you're the only one
Oh,
that we
I
can hear
know,
right
I
now,
know, I
right?
know, I know. I'm just building up the
Okay.
I'm building up the suspense, you know. All right, you put a different argument in chat. Let me see.
Oh yeah, actually I did.
Frequency. Sorry, I was just jamming out. That was a good one. Frequency waves produce information. Human brains produce frequency waves. Conclusion: information doesn't require a brain. Physical information doesn't require a brain. That's true. If you're talking about like philosophical information, though, that's different. That's a different concept altogether. If you're running like a Jim Bob argument, which it seems like, that's conflating philosophical and physical information. You should look up what information is in physics because those are two different terms. And there's the only way this is going to do what you want it to do is if you conflate those two terms and you don't want to equivocate for an argument.
So what you're saying?
No, no, no. It's going to rely on you equivocating two different terms that have the same name for it to apply. Because you're trying to get this to show that like a mind can exist without a brain or something, and
Right.
so uh, but what you're doing is you're saying information, right? But you're saying like physics information, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Whereas for it to support what you want it to support, you would have to be using philosophical information. That
Yeah.
makes sense?
Yeah. This was the one that checked out through the Spiral AI or whatever.
Yeah,
So
I
that's why I
mean,
went.
I, I,
It's too basic. It's too
it,
basic, and so it doesn't really
it's
prove
just
anything.
they're just giving you like premises. They're not giving you like inference rules or anything. But that's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying like you'd have to obviously rework the argument a little bit. But I get what you're doing. But with that being said, this is going to rely on an equivocation of two different definitions of information.
And
I
would
think
that be brain and waves?
no physics and um, philosophy, two different definitions of the word information. Because information in physics is like I think it's like the measured state or something. I might be saying that might not be right, but it's like or it's like the not measured, but the like resolve state or something like that, or the possible resolve state or some. And so, like all the possible information is like all the possible resolve states or something like that. But basically, information in philosophy is not what the physics one is going to be, and the philosophy one is information that's like um, like red and like blue and words and stuff like that. And so you're going to be having to equivocate, and you got a bunch of background noise still, but you're going to have to equivocate between those two terms for that argument to do what you want it to do.
You know
I
what I
think.
think it is? I think it's my laptop fan, and then it bounces off the wall, and then it comes into the mic. So that's what's happening. Anyway, yeah, you know what I need to do is I need to prove the decoding of
Do
the
you
information.
have like a towel? Can you maybe put a towel like around the backside of your laptop?
Yeah, I'll try that. Hold on.
I think that would absorb a lot of the sound. Just so that everybody in the audience isn't hearing a bunch of white noise, right? Oh man. Oh man. Gretchen, this song is insanely good. Let's go. It sounds like Mortal Kombat. Oh man. Oh man. That's a hard one. All right, all right. I'm excited for you all. I am excited for us all, I should say. I'm excited for everyone. What's up, Dave?
Man, I'm having food, but you guys can continue and just give me 5 minutes and I'll be with you guys.
Oh yeah, McTime. The information you know about a system possible state.
I wanted to ask you that yesterday we were discussing that the past has less entropy, right?
Yeah.
And the present has more entropy, and the future has even more entropy,
Yep.
right? So is we agree on that fact, right?
Yep.
So like, does theism or non-theism come into that or no? Like everybody agrees? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Why would theism be involved in that? That's just a measure of the physical states.
Okay, okay. So then my question is to you that how okay, entropy means the amount of energy which is not present to do a certain work. So if you want to lift a pyramid by your hands, you can't do that because you don't have that energy, right? So it's the
What?
amount of energy.
Can you restate that? I'm not sure that was correct.
Okay, what is the technical definition of entropy?
It's a measure of the order of a system.
Well, in my books, the definition is it is the amount of energy which is not present to do a certain work. No, doesn't ring a
I
bell.
guess that could work because it would be like the energy that's uh I don't know. I don't know. I'm not the definition I'm aware of is a measure of order within the system.
Measure of order. And what are the metrics that define that order? Like sustainability, friendliness. What are the metrics that define that order? You must be having some raw metrics, right? Which you can track.
What do you mean friendliness?
No, no, like, so I'm talking about you have an order, and what are the raw metrics that you follow? So you know that it is an order. Because how else would
Um
you quantify it?
it's the dispersion of the stuff, I guess, right? Like
What? That is the lamest answer I can hope, sir. Come on, what do you mean by dispersion of stuff? You gotta have some raw metrics, right?
that's how you're gonna
Like,
track it, right?
Nah, that's a vague answer. I'm sorry, but I reject that. That's a very
So
vague, broad answer.
think of like you have an aquarium, right? And you
Uh huh.
drop a
Hmm.
couple drops of water into it. Like think of that water dispersed the it's like blue drops, right? And so you drop a
Hmm.
couple blue dye drops into the water and then
Hmm.
the water goes from clear. It starts out with the blue dry drops and it eventually spreads to the whole aquarium. And the whole aquarium becomes blue, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
That is like what entropy is. You're
Okay.
I think you're right because like Big Time saying that's what I'm saying. I think it's right what you're saying, but over time, unusable energy increases, right? So, like, I think what you were
Hmm.
saying about it was technically right, but like I said, the definition I'm
Hmm.
aware of is a measure of order, right, to disorder, right? So, like, as when you go back, it's more ordered. When you go forward, it's less ordered, right? It's more disordered. Like, like,
Hmm.
like, uh, as more and more bonds and stuff form, it's getting like more and more disordered, right? Chemical bonds.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. A homogeneous versus heterogeneous. Heterogeneous always loses because nature prefers homogeneous. Yeah.
But anyways, what were you getting at? I don't know what you're getting at with that.
Yeah. So the whole entropy argument that I'm getting at is that how out of what or out of which or out of where did that energy come from to reduce the current entropy to historical entropy? Where did that energy come from? How did that energy originate to make it less entropic so that the history becomes less entropic?
So
So
the
there was an
energy,
intervention, there was a cause, right? There was a cause, and the effect is the historical low entropy.
well, the
So what was
energy
the
arose
uh
from the inflaton field.
inflaton field?
Yes, there was a mass release of energy from the initial state.
Hmm. But that would be like the Big Bang theory, right?
Yes.
So then that makes the multiverse theory true.
I don't know if multiverse is true or not, and that wouldn't necessarily entail multiverse is true.
It would entail, right? Because if we can have one Big Bang, why not have a trillion Big Bangs?
Well, there's probably infinite Big Bangs, and every possible state
Right,
will probably
right.
resolve. But
So,
I don't know which physical model is actually correct, right?
uh,
Like I'm agnostic to
yeah.
the scientific
Mhm.
solution. I don't care what the scientific solution. It seems like there's a scientific solution.
So there was an energy release, but there is a, so yesterday we were also discussing the difference between force and energy, right? We defined that force is a process, whereas energy is a natural way of being or like a way of existence, right? Do you agree to that? That force is a process and energy is a natural state of existence.
What was the question?
So yesterday we defined, right, the difference between force and energy.
Yeah, I think you guys did.
So force is the process, right? Force is the process, but energy is an
I don't know
existence.
what these definitions are offhand though, even if you define that with other people yesterday. So just a heads up.
Yeah.
I am not
Yeah.
a
So basically, I'm saying
I'm
that.
just I am not a dictionary of every term ever. So
Mhm.
just a heads up.
Yeah. 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 So basically, here's my summary.
Even if they were
My
used
summary.
recently.
My summary is God became the cause, which resulted in a force, which resulted in energy, and which resulted in our current being. That's how I take it.
So that's totally unnecessary
Why would that be unnecessary? Because we have a cause, we have an
because
assumption
an
at the beginning
because an
that there
initial
was a force induced, because
because
force and energy coexist.
because an initial state could do it.
Yeah, but that initial state has to be conducive enough to do it, right?
It has to what?
The initial state has to be conducive enough to do it, right?
I have no idea what you just asked me. I apologize.
Okay. No worries. We'll just chill. Okay, relax.
Well, one more time. What was the question?
No, it's cool. Let's just relax. Let me have food and you can play the game. And I'll be
I'm
back in
not
five
playing a
minutes.
game. That just didn't sound very clear. I apologize.
Maybe we can bring
How do
up
you have
some
an
folks. Can
initial
we bring up
state?
some folks?
How do you have an initial state in a quantum field?
You have something that can't fail to exist. Timeline 2. Shit. All right. So I got this song from Gretchen, but she's forcing me to play another song with it. So bear with me, people. All right. I hope y'all are all excited. This is actually a pretty cool song. Came out. It's hard. It's quite hard. Um. All right. Let's see. We'll do this one. Boom. That looks like a good one for that. So you think that there's a god that leads to an initial state, but an initial state could just exist, right? It seems to be the case that something has to exist. It seems to be the case that something cannot fail to exist. Would you disagree with that? Did he leave? Oh, I guess he left. Oh no, he's in the back still.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I got your point.
I don't see why you would claim anything that's unnecessary as foundational.
But then I can just flip the script and say that why can't we have nothing? Why do we need to have something?
Nothing's incoherent. The absence of everything is totally incoherent. You can't have that.
Why? How is it incoherent? Come on. How is it
Because it's
incoherent?
inconceivable. It's not conceivable. It's logically impossible. It's broadly accepted as being logically impossible. I don't know what else to tell you. It's you can't conceive of nothing.
No, but if the initial cause which resulted in the force, which resulted in the energy, and which resulted in the universe, if that cause didn't exist, none of the chain reactions would have happened, and there would be nothing. Even though your brain can comprehend it, we can't comprehend 4D too. We can't comprehend 5D. We can't comprehend 6D. We can't comprehend 12 dimensions. That doesn't mean that they don't exist.
Uh-oh, I have music playing on my computer and I don't know where it's playing and I don't know how to stop it. Oh no. Oh no, I'm in an acid techno trance. I'm processing music and my computer is acting slow and oh no, techno acid trance. 100% CPU usage right now. This makes sense as to why I can't stop the music. Let's go.
We're not hearing it on this side.
I know.
That's good,
I know you're
right?
not hearing it. I'm hearing it though.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
the tell thing's not going to work with my mic, but I
I'm
did
trying to
change a
figure
few
out how to.
settings.
Hang on. I know you guys can't hear it. Oh no. I'm trying. I got. Oh no. I can't stop. I don't know how to stop it. Oh, it's so good, but I don't know how to stop it. Oh no. I'm failing. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, I see the icon. Load. Load. Oh man. Oh, I got it. I got it. Okay. 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 We'll do the duck song first, Gretchen, and we'll do that song because I've been building up to the duck song. So, all right.
We have the we have we have the ducks. We have little ducks, 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 we have little ducks, we have little ducks, we have little ducks, we have little we have little ducks. We have little ducks. We have little ducks. We have we have little we have little ducks. We have it all, dogs. We be dogs. We be dogs. We be dogs. We have it all, dogs. We be dogs. We be dogs. We have it all, dogs. We have it all, dogs. We have it all, dogs.
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
You don't know about that
Kind of
one?
like my it's kind of like my brains argument.
I like that one a lot. All right, I gotta pull up this other one now. Bear with me. She said it's the fee. Let's see. This is the evidence song.
Always preaching from an ancient book that tells you not to kill. Quoting every single verse, but you can't tell me that it's real. If heaven's really watching, why is it silent when the sirens scream? Tell me follow faith, but all the heaven and on is concrete, concrete. I've been baptized in the chemicals, crawling through the catacombs of every sermon that you weaponize. Now every halo that you hold above my head is just a noose made of the words that you memorize. You say I'm broken, say I'm blind, but you can't prove a God with a state of mind. You want my worship, want me on my knees, but you can't sell faith with a casualty. If you God exists, then show me all your proof. Burn his name into the sky and show me it's the truth. I'm tired of secondhand miracles with zero evidence. If your God is really there, then make him manifest. I've been screaming at the ceiling till my lungs both cave. If he's really in the room, then he can say it to my face. No more echoes in the dark, no more prophets in my head. If your God exists, then prove he isn't dead. You decorate your trauma with God and call it meant to be, but trauma isn't holy just because you survive the scene. You tell me every tragedy is part of some celestial plan, so every suffering child that dies is a message from God's hand. You say I'm lost because I'm asking where the compass is. You call it mystery whenever you can't answer it. If I've answered wrong, you put the dead exist, and for me answers it. If your God exists, then show me all your proof. Burn his name into the sky and show me it's the truth. I'm tired of secondhand miracles with zero evidence. If your God is really there, make him manifest. I've been screaming at the ceiling till my lungs both cave. If he's really in the room, then he can say it to my face. No more echoes in the dark, no more prophets in my head. If your God exists, then prove he isn't dead. Dear God, if you're there, then why the secrecy? Why am I dissecting all this doctrine like it's therapy? You built a universe but couldn't build a little clarity. You want communion while I'm choking on disparity. They said God is love, but then they weaponized the sentiment, painted over genocide and labeled it benevolent. You're omnipotent, omniscient, but you couldn't intervene. So every tragedy is just a plot twist in your perfect scheme. I'm not your villain just because I see the plot holes. I'm not the devil just because I don't applaud those. If you made me in your image, then you built me with the doubt. So either fix the code or stop deleting when I cry it out. You want devotion, give me evidence that you exist, cause I'm done signing blank checks to an empty abyss. If faith is all you got, then why you so afraid of proof? If questions are the chase, then why am I the one that's loose? You say I'm playing God because I won't pretend to see, but if you're speaking for your God, what's the true heresy? If your God exists, then show me all your proof. Write his name in the sky and show me it's the truth. I'm done with thoughts and prayers from a book you never doubt. If your God exists, tell him to drag these demons out. I've been screaming at the ceiling till my veins turn black. If he's really in the room, then let him answer back. No more silence in the storm, no more whispers in my head. If your God exists, then prove he isn't dead. So till the sky splits open and the stars all spell his name, I'll be standing in the ruins of the things you couldn't explain. If he's waiting on my faith before he ever takes a step, then your God can't keep his heaven. I'll keep living with what's left.
Also,
You look like you had fun with those. I liked them
Yeah.
both, even though it
I was trying to do
pronounced
it,
zero kind of weird. I like that acid rave style though. That was cool. It was like a dark acid rave. As I say,
I think you
hard.
put out a few better ones, but yeah, it's a filler song.
Yeah, dude. Oh man, it's so much fun.
Yeah.
making music. I have so many fun songs now. It's so much fun.
So, when you were telling us that your wife and her friend or whatever told you that you need to take an autism test, were you being serious or
Yeah,
no?
I told her immediately that I have been weaponizing that shit for years.
Nice. That's a good play. Because of course
Yeah.
she probably said that because you weren't doing something that she wanted you to do or something, right? Like you never listen to me. You're supposed to do what I say. Everything like it's like the word of God. It's just like so you got to take an autism test or something because like something's not right with you. Tacos. Is that about right? Total speculation. Hello.
Do you practice any martial
So
arts?
anyhow, time ago, kung fu.
Said no. Yeah, you look like
Now,
the bad
no.
guy from Jurassic Park, dude. With that hat.
Oh yeah.
You know the guy
Do you
who
know who Loma
stole.
Tommy is?
Yeah.
He calls me Panama Jack with the hat on. So
Oh
like
yeah.
that's oh
That lines up perfect.
yeah.
Yeah, you're the
So
bad guy
anyhow,
from Jurassic Park.
I don't remember who that is. Remember
You
Jeff,
don't
whatever his name
remember?
is, but
Remember the
no,
guy
I don't
who
remember.
remember at the start of Jurassic Park where spoiler alert where he's like fiddling with the whipped cream canister and then he like opens I think he opened it up if I'm not mistaken or something or whatever but he's like fiddling with the like whipped cream canister and then later on he like puts the embryos in the whipped cream canister in the bottom of it or whatever and like seals it.
No, man, I don't remember any of that.
No.
No. I only watched it probably once or twice, and
You got to
you
see
know, Jeff
Jurassic Park
Goldblum.
more.
Oh yeah,
I I,
what?
I see
Why's
that.
that?
I see that like once a year.
Really?
Yeah, it's a good movie. So
Why?
your argument, it's just a good movie. So your arguments failed, by the way. So
Yeah, they
what's it going to
definitely failed.
take for you to be an atheist?
That's not going to happen. You know, that brings up a good point though that I wanted to bring up eventually sometime. So like right now. So you know how you ran through all the arguments that you ran through with Jack, and he basically agreed with everything that you said,
Yeah, he accepted all the
right?
arguments.
Right. So I'm assuming that there's other people that have, you know, said agreed with your arguments or whatever, but when it comes down to the final question, they say no because they had an experience, right? So that's really the difference.
Right, but at that point, it just seems like insanity, right? When all because like think about it like this: all the physical tests ever have shown no supernatural, no craziness. All the physical models point to some fundamental physical state, right? All the good philosophy points to probably no God, right? Like I don't see how you could see all of this and be like, "Oh yeah, probably a god."
I mean, it's like I said, you could have people agree with every one of your arguments, and even
Right, right. But
wholeheartedly.
if it's a personal experience, it's indistinguishable from imagination. 5% of the world hallucinates randomly, right? They don't know what causes it. 5%, right? So that's a
Uh,
portion of them right there. A lot of them probably hallucinate there. And then there's like stuff that's induced through these like spiritual ceremonies, right? Mentally. There's stuff that's induced through that, right? And so like people could tell you that they see like Jesus or whatever, right? But maybe in a dream, or they see a devil because they're not doing good stuff in a dream or whatever, right? And it's just the brain doing stuff. There's no reason to accept any of it as anything besides the brain doing stuff.
all right, but in terms of the 5% that are having hallucinations or whatever, you can count them out because more likely, if you ask them what their hallucination was, it wasn't about the thing that we always say that it is, which
And
is
then
the
a lot
same
of
object.
people are just no, you can count them in. And then a lot of people are just crazy, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you see people on the street, talking about Jesus, and they're also, eating roaches or whatever. So, like, yeah, it does affect the
Like look
crazies
at
too.
Jack Talcott. I love Jack Talcott to death. No homo. He is a cool dude. He is
Yeah,
fun to chat with, but he is definitely a little bit kooky.
yeah. I mean, Jack gets in trouble with his geopolitics, but his spiritual, uh, what he kind of conveys spiritually is actually right on. He gets into the politics stuff and it gets him in trouble because, like, it sounds kind of, a little bit grandiose, I guess you could say.
I
Like,
thought he was just a goofy hippie type, but after my debate with him, I'm convinced Jack has a little bit of something going on there.
like
There's some type. I think there's some type. I'm not diagnosing anything. I'm not capable, but I think there's some type of learning disability or something there.
really. I mean, not, I mean, he's held president positions in, like, actual real organizations for labor of of people, and so it's like,
I think he's just very charismatic. I don't think he's
yeah. I
actually
mean,
good at this. I don't know. Maybe he is, but I think he's just very charismatic.
possibly,
He's good at
possibly, but
talking. He's really good at talking. Being really good at talking takes you far. Not a lot of people like to talk in front of people.
yeah, yeah, I can say that.
Just
Uh,
having that skill alone puts you in a very small set of people that are capable of running for a position like that.
right, but we don't see every person with a learning
Why is he still
disability,
not in
or
that position, the freak?
why is he still in what? And I'm sorry,
Why is
repeat
he not in
the
that
question.
position anymore, huh?
Um, from what I understand, he had a come to Jesus moment. He had an experience with God, and then and he made the mistake of telling everyone about Jesus, and That's going to get you in trouble in this day and age. You know, people are not going to want to hear it, and they're going to shun you, and they're going to want to get rid of you. And so he did that, and then he made a mistake of doing something like promoting that stuff on official like work stuff sites, websites, and whatnot. This is all just what I'm kind of half gathering or whatever. But that got him in trouble with the legal department of his whoever was his employer, and got him into hot water and got him canned, I think.
Yeah, so he's simply charismatic, is what you're telling me.
Well, you know, maybe, but how charismatic is it if you get fired from your job because no one wants you there, right? So, and it's like I said, he literally conceded to every argument that you put to him. He even said so. You even pointed it out, but yet it's just the experience that is the difference. Because otherwise, everyone would be saying yes. I'm an atheist now or whatever, but we don't. And if you're a sane Christian, then you know that the object of the experience is the same thing. And so what it comes down to is, are you going to believe a Christian's testimony or
Oh
not?
shit! I missed Hizzle's super chat. He did a super chat in that song. I hope it's still up there. Oh, it is cool. He said Gretchen got you with the virus, homie. I think she did, dude. My computer's been struggling. I don't know what's going on.
Mine too, but I think I just have too many windows open. Plus, my browser has been just sluggish lately. You know, the
Yeah, I
Microsoft,
keep having
whatever.
to go Control Alt Delete Task Manager and then restart Windows Explorer, and then my stuff
Mm-hmm.
starts working again. But it's really
I should do
annoying.
that. Yeah, it is annoying.
And thank
So
you for the
anyway,
super chat, Sizzle. Greatly appreciated.
are you picking up the noise still?
Yeah, it's really bad. Did you try
Dang.
putting a towel on?
Yeah, but it wasn't going to work out. So I
Oh.
changed some settings, and I was hoping that would work, but
Can you put the towel behind it to maybe block the noise?
not really because it's like right on the edge, and then the fans are actually underneath, and I have the laptop, kind of like the laptop propped up
Oh.
little thing, and so it's just not gonna work out. I'm gonna have to move it, I guess.
Plum, are you a Christian? Hey, are you a Christian? Yeah, you're in Deconverting Theists. Are you a Christian? You want to get deconverted real fast? Oh, perfect. Come prove it to us. I'm sending you a link to Restream right now. Yeah, we'd love to have you prove it to us then. And then, oh? No. And nobody on fire sent me an argument. I will check that out later, nobody on fire. Thank you for the super chat. Well, I'm live on YouTube, and if you want to call in, I got a Restream link I DM to you. It's in your DMs. You can call in, and I'm happy to chat with you about that. So, The freak, I think you need to start accepting the evidence that's been revealed to you. I'm sorry. I'm live streaming. I can't just sit here and listen and have a long conversation in here. But if you want to call in, you're welcome to. Yeah. I have people in the audience, right?
Yeah, tell them it's the best time would be right now because like there's not a gang of unbelievers up here to derail what
Right.
he's going to try to want to say anyway.
Right. Well, the freak, your arguments have all failed every time. You seems like you accept the same arguments of mine that Jack Talcott accepts.
I don't know
Just,
about that,
just
but
accept your atheism.
that's not going to happen. It can't happen.
You already know no gods exist, a freak.
You don't remember my testimony then.
You've seen the trees. You saw orb of light.
I saw an orb of light.
Oh, Gretchen says drop the new version in the drive. Enjoy. Let's see. Let's see. Oh. She did. Is that it? Let's see. Let's see. We have 0 ducks. Oh, I would just, and just so you know, I would, and thank you so much for the super chat. I would just commenting because they were making fun, and so I was just threatening to turn it into an EDM song. I didn't actually plan on turning it into an EDM song or doing anything with it. I was just joking. Let's see though. Let's see. Okay. Oh, it's saying 0 right. Oh, oh, it goes pretty hard. It goes pretty hard. Oh, the freak, you ready to dance again?
Oh yeah.
All right. This is definitely a weird one, but it's got a beat to it. Oh, I guess we'll have multiple variations of this song because there's lots of times when we don't have ducks that we do need a song, right?
Yeah, I think you're just a music hoarder.
Maybe. Oh. Oh. All right. I got it. All right, I got the perfect image for it. I think the weirdness took over on this one. This is an AI hallucination song.
Ducks is kind of weird though.
What? It's got a part in it that's like an AI hallucination, I think. It's okay though. AI hallucinations are fun. Doesn't hurt to have multiple variations.
So it's going
Just
to be
a
like schizophrenic babble, kind of.
maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. 0 ducks schizo. That's what I'm saving this one as. Yeah, that's a good name for it. 0 ducks schizo. This is like if the AI was on like 1,000 bags of mushrooms. Like if somebody just like opened up the C drive and just started like feeding thousands of bags of mushrooms to the PC that was hosting, or the data center that was hosting the AI, this is what you would end up with. All right. All right. All right. Let's go. I named this one Zerodux Schizo.
We have zero ducks. We have We have zero ducks. We have wicked ducks. We have zero ducks.
We have zero ducks. We have zero ducks. We have zero ducks. We have zero ducks. We have zero ducks. We have zero ducks.
No ducks, no ducks, no ducks.
We have zero ducks.
No ducks, no ducks, no ducks. We have zero ducks. We have zero ducks.
No ducks. No ducks. No ducks.
We have We have zero ducks. We have
We have zero. We have zero. We have zero ducks. We have zero ducks. We have zero.
We have zero
We have zero. have zero. We have zero. We have zero.
Like I said, AI schizo
Yo.
dream.
Hey, you know
AI
that
schizo
first
dream.
one? The first one, you could actually break out your prayer rug too in the middle of the song.
All right. Hizzle says good night, tacos to freak chat. See y'all later. I'll try again tomorrow too, and I'll try to get like a crazy good version. Sometimes the AI does. I do like the AI hallucinations sometimes. Like I have one song that's just like straight up. Like this was a straight up AI hallucination, but it's actually a good song. They kind of like whiffed the end of that song. I'm not gonna lie, but like I said, I'll work on it tomorrow some, and I'll get like a finalized version that's like
Only
super
song called
funny.
Body.
But like this is like all 100% AI hallucination is what this one is.
Song called Body.
It started off really strong. Honestly, I listened to 3/4 of it. 3/4 of it is really good, but I didn't listen to the very end. I should have listened to the very end. I failed. I failed everybody. I'm sorry. The end was all AI I could tell it was AI hallucination. I thought it had it under control, but I didn't realize it ended like that. That was my fault. Sorry.
Oh, I mean, for a rave song, it's all right.
Oh yeah, almost all of it was great. Maybe just cut. Maybe I can find a spot to cut it. Maybe there's a usable because a lot of that was really good. I could probably cut that to like 3 minutes and just end it like in the middle of a beat or something before it slowed down. No, there was a spot where it slowed down. Maybe cut it before it slows down because that's when it went into schizo mode. And that song is 100% AI hallucination, but it's so good.
Well, that's a good party song, when you don't have
It
to
had a
think
whole
and you
bunch
just
of
want to drink.
lyrics.
Yeah.
It had a
Yeah,
whole
like,
bunch of lyrics.
three lyrics, 6 minutes. It's a perfect, rave club, like,
Yeah,
techno industrial, like, goth, uh, catfish fry or something.
right. Those are nice. I like them. We have no ducks. That first one actually did end up being better. So that other one, let me see. Maybe I can cut it. And maybe it's usable if I cut it because it kind of lost its mind at the tail end. But there was a really good part of that. Let me see.
Song called Palmera Sucks.
I think I can get like 4. Let me see. Maybe not.
That'd be pretty cool because I hate that guy.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to listen to that and work on it some to figure out if I can get that working. But
Yeah.
I think that your position is untenable and you realize it's untenable or untenable, I'm sorry, but you still want to hold it. Are you gaining something out of holding your position, or like what do you get
Well,
out
yeah.
of rejecting the truth in your unrighteousness exactly?
Well, eternal life, identity forever as myself, security in this world, like the only security you have, and I sleep good at night. Like I'm not, I don't
But the
have the
God
racing
doesn't
thoughts for two
exist.
hours. How does that? How does God not make sense?
Well, it doesn't exist.
All right. So, have you ever been
You
to
sit in here
Egypt?
for hours and hours. You see all the arguments we run. You've
Yeah.
seen us demolish every single theist that's ever been on here. There's literally been zero arguments that a theist has won versus an atheist that wasn't like a joke vote in the chat because somebody was a dick for like Donald or something, right? Like, or like for like I don't know how better to put it. Like the theist arguments don't hold up to Freak. We've
I don't
crushed
see how you can say
everybody.
that. I mean, you guys are literally arguing that you don't know.
When have we ever said that? We're arguing that it doesn't exist.
All right. How do you know?
Uh, is your God a necessary being?
I would assume so. Yes.
Necessarily, if God exists, God necessarily exists. Possibly God doesn't exist, therefore God doesn't exist.
Does God is God governed by the laws of physics?
I don't think God exists.
Does
Are you
the
asking in
quantum
the
field
what?
does the quantum field is the quantum field regulated by physics?
Uh, the physics would arise from it.
All right. Does the quantum field is the quantum field self-contained, or is there something outside of it?
Well, the initial state is all the stuff.
All this stuff. Okay, and so what's around the all this stuff? Like if
There's no
it's like a big
around.
block,
It's all the stuff.
right?
There's no
So
around.
stuff. What's all the not stuff?
There's
Just a
not.
vector.
There's only stuff.
It's only stuff. Okay, so
I guess like the absence of like lower amount of stuff would be like a vacuum. It wouldn't be like a total absence of stuff, but it would be like a lower amount of stuff would be like a
okay,
vacuum.
so you know how they tell us that our universe is expanding. You know, the galaxies and the stars they're pushing farther away and expanding, right? That's what they tell us, right?
Yeah,
Well, what's it expanding up against? What's it pushing
it's
out
not.
against?
It's not.
Just nothing.
It's just like it's inflating. It's getting bigger, if you will.
Hmm. Okay, so what's it expanding into?
There's
What's like
nothing
the
that's
pressure or
expanding
the
into.
force that's pushing up against it? You know, the expansion.
There's nothing.
There's nothing. All right. So the quantum field
There's
can't
just the
affect.
stuff. The stuff is expanding,
Okay. So everything is contained in the quantum
inflating.
field that's expanding,
What?
or do I have that wrong?
What was the question?
Is the quantum field expanding? Like, do you equate the quantum field with the universe, or are they two different things?
Uh, the initial state is all the stuff, but all the stuff now is also all the stuff. It's
Is the
all the
quantum
same
field
stuff.
creating of the universe a one-time event, or can anything change at any time?
It's probably going to resolve every possible state.
Okay, and so are any states stable and permanent, or could change at any point in time?
I don't know what you're asking me.
So if you have an initial state or a quantum field that is producing realities like our
Are you
universe,
asking if the stuff can fail to exist?
no, I'm asking if it could change what does exist.
Are you asking if there's contingent states possible and it's not everything's not necessary?
No, I'm asking if what it makes and manifests, say like our universe, is that hard set, or could it change at any second?
So there's a bunch of possible states that potentially could resolve, and whatever state you get, like this state we got is the state it resolved this time,
Uh-huh.
and like I don't know what.
So you think that this state here is a pretty stable state, that it's not gonna
I mean,
just
it's
like
not gonna like.
vaporize?
It's not. Yeah, yeah. It's not gonna. Big crunch isn't gonna be tomorrow, right?
Okay. And so, does that consume the entire quantum field, or the quantum field contains a bunch of our states? What do you think, or do we know, or yes or no?
Well, it would just revert to the same state as the initial state, or whatever ancillary state would happen after the big crunch or tear, whatever happens, right?
Sure. Um, how can you say that a quantum field, which is definitionally a current, a constant
I just call
flux
it
or
universal
change?
quantum. I just call it universal quantum field. I'm agnostic to what the fundamental state actually is. There's several scientific models. It's probably some type of quantum field or quantum vacuum, but there are other ideas. But there is something that has to exist and cannot fail to
Okay,
exist.
so when we say quantum, we don't necessarily mean the quantum mechanics theory of a particle could be in two
No,
places at the same time.
I just call the initial state the physical initial state the universal quantum field because it's probably something to do with quantum field theory or whatever, but or related field, but um or I mean related idea. But so if they like improve quantum field theory, or if we got like over, maybe they take that and they build out a new theory or something, right? I think something like that is probably going to be the correct idea for the early stages of the universe, like something like that, right? Um, but at least based off of what I've been hearing from the people that I listen to on this, um,
Yeah, so like when we're talking about quantum, we're talking about fluctuations, we're talking about
so I
constant
call it
change,
universal quantum field, right? But it's just the initial state.
right? But if that's constantly changing, how is it building anything that's a stable universe like ours is or appears to be?
There's regularity. I don't know what you're asking. You're asking how's there regularity? It's the stuff. The stuff does stuff.
Okay, so
Stuff
if you
resolve.
have, according to like quantum mechanics, if you have an electron or a particle that could be in two
It's
places at
not
once,
chaotic, right? I don't know.
and
What?
how is that a stable environment for it to create life?
Just the way the
It
stuff
probably
works,
isn't.
right? The way the stuff works. The stuff exists. It has stuff, and it's like the way that it works is within its nature, right? So uh, in its nature, in one form, it's in one state, the initial state, when it releases the energy and through the inflaton field, and it goes through rapid inflation. It takes other forms, right? It's all the same stuff. I don't understand what your issue is.
All right, so can the quantum field create a
And
particle
Jessica
too
says
small
our
for it
universe
to
is
register?
stable. Prove it. That's a good point. I mean, we're making an inductive claim when we say it's stable, right? We're like, hey, it's not going to big crunch tomorrow. It seems like it's not. I have no choice but to accept that the sun is going to rise tomorrow, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like it
I think
could
we can agree with
technically
that.
not rise tomorrow, right?
I mean, it could, but the geological record, the ice
Yeah,
bubbles,
but it could still blow up
what
tomorrow.
you know,
But that's all we're saying, Jessica. We both agreed that the universe isn't going to blow up tomorrow at the start of this conversation, right, Freak?
right?
Yeah, yeah. And so that's what we're
Yeah,
talking from.
yeah. We have some surety in the physical realm of the sun coming up tomorrow.
Obviously, it could blow up tomorrow, and we both accept that. But we don't think it is, so we're conversing from that point.
Yeah, just like you or I could go to the store and get deleted by some crazy homeless person, but
Yeah. Well,
you still have to
Jessica's
go
saying
get
the
food.
universe only looks stable from our point of view as tiny little humans. I mean, that's a fair point, but um, yeah, no, I mean, I think it's all instability, right? I think the resolutions of all the states are all instability ultimately. So I guess you're right in that. But what he's asking is, how do these laws allow stuff to resolve? Well, the disorder created by the rapid inflation and the natural laws, which are the way the stuff seems to work, that we describe as like physics, quantum physics, that type of thing, right? I guess that's what we're calling stability, right? But that's how the universe works, different, right?
Well, I don't dispute the solar system formation theory. It's actually pretty solid because it's based off of heat and gravity. Okay, so we're in
So
a
you
sweet
do
spot or
accept
whatever.
gravity, right?
Yeah,
Okay, just making sure.
I mean that's a major law of physics. So,
Okay, just making sure. Is the Earth flat?
uh, no
What shape is Mars?
sphere, as far as I can tell.
Does the Dogman exist?
I don't know.
Did abiogenesis happen?
No,
Did evolution happen?
no class or species jumping, and it's compatible with the Bible.
How old is the Earth?
Well, that's the problem for scientists as well because you have two different disciplines like geology conflicting with the genetic record of evolution. So it's really hard to pin down the age of the Earth. I'm an old Earth, person, whatever they want to call that, because we look at the geography and geology, whatever, with the rocks and the layers and formation, that stuff is old, right? But I also think that New Earth wouldn't have been a new Earth creation, whatever, until mankind actually wrote something down that was worth keeping. So like if man, even if man was here 20,000 years before the Bible said, until somebody wrote something down and like kept a record, it didn't mean anything. So anyway,
That's weird. So it's definitely an old Earth, and it's definitely a 14.6 or so billion year old, 14.6, I think, billion year old solar system, something like that. Um, Now that could increase. It could be older than that, but it's almost certainly not going to be younger than that. And The age of the Earth is like 4.6 or something, and that's definitely not gonna decrease. It started out young and then kept getting older. And there is somebody in the back. Some I see in the back, but your mic is not connected. You need to hit F5 and reconnect and allow your microphone access. Um, yeah, I just don't see anything you're arguing for being supported by any of the natural facts.
Okay, let's have a look at the natural facts real quick. The basic theory that you guys present is you have to literally hit the Powerball, bingo, lottery, Joe Luck, dumb luck, Joe Biden, dumb luck, friggin' every step of the way. And that's even before you hit the carbon based life. Okay. And if you start talking about uh, neutral mutations, quote unquote, whatever,
Can you say rando,
you're
bingo,
still,
quanto, fieldo?
yeah, that's usually what I'll say. But,
Can you say
you
that?
know, you're having to literally hit the, rando, rando, quanto, fieldo, bando, bingo card every single mutation, every single step of the way along evolution, and it's just not happening. I don't care how lucky you are. And then when you guys present these
You
neutral
really
mutation
don't. You really
arguments,
don't. So early on, it was only surviving against the environment, right? And then it quickly became surviving against other bacterias and whatever, right? But these are there's so much space, right? And so this stuff like replicates and it replicates and it replicates and it replicates until there's a shit ton of stuff. And even the stuff that's taken out, other stuff keeps replicating. And then eventually it works all the way to worms and then fish and then amphibians and then reptiles and then mammals and dinosaurs and then everything else from there, right? I think it's something like that. I think that's the right path. But it's something like that, right? And that happened with that's not like super lucky. That's a generation of fish where there's probably 50 fish in a generation, and that's happening every year. And many of them are getting eaten, right? But the fishes that live are way out producing themselves, right? And then same thing with reptiles and whatever else. And it's just constant, like we have like 8 billion people on the planet right now. I mean, it just keeps increasing like that, right? And it happened all throughout history. It's not like these claims that you're making that like it's hard. Like look at even with us destroying the environment, there's still tons of animals that are thriving. There are a lot of animals that are suffering, but there's also a lot that are thriving still.
yeah, I mean that's true. Let
Their
me ask you
environment's
this:
gotten way worse and they're still thriving. So what you're saying, super lucky, I don't think that's the case. I think our bodies have evolved to survive hostile environments, and we've adapted these hostile environments to be friendly environments. I think that life on Earth has terraformed Earth into what it is today, and that's how we're here today because Earth has been terraformed.
all right, let me ask you this: when we say mutation in genetic terms or DNA terms, is that something that would be a negative event, like that would cripple the next generation, or a positive
No,
event?
I mean it's whatever. It's random mutation. It could be positive, negative. It could be neutral.
A random mutation.
Yeah, it's caused by the sun and other factors, of course. But
Okay, so a
the energy
mutation
from the
is not
sun.
damaged fragments of DNA that make something better. or worse. It's just it could go either way, just based on random chance again.
Oh yeah, basically. Like you get from I don't know, maybe you have a fish that develops, I don't know, like a better muscle, right? Like a better hindquarter muscle, right? Um, maybe it gets stronger or something, right? And then generations and generations, there's just these like random mutations. The ones that don't work die off, right? And then these random mutations keep happening, right? It goes from a normal fish to fish with like super strong tail in to maybe a couple extra things sticking out to legs sticking out to crawling on the ocean and swimming in the ocean to uh, moving to land just over millions of years or a very long period of time, right? This is not something that happens overnight. This is something that could potentially cripple them, but if there's 50 eggs in a generation and you get a bunch of different generations each generation because there's a bunch of species already alive. I mean, you have a lot of opportunities for mutations, right? And they just add up, they accumulate, right? And this stuff changes, right? And it becomes bigger, stronger, more suitable for the environment, more dangerous predators, more able to digest food. It's like these small changes that add up and get us to the various species that we are today.
Okay,
And
but
of course, there's
if these
natural
are
die-outs too, like the meteor with the dinosaurs and shit like that, right? The Ice Age.
Toba, the big volcano, whatever
Yeah,
thing
volcanoes,
theory.
all sorts of stuff, right? There's all sorts of stuff.
Okay, so you wouldn't say that a fish that had to develop because of the hard current a extra muscle in the back quarter was a random mutation though that we could probably say that there was some intent within the molecular DNA code that it needed to do that in order to survive, or would that be wrong?
What's a question?
If a fish
I'm
had
trying to
to
track,
build up a quarter a stronger muscle in the back part of the specific part of the fin or something in order to survive a strong current,
right?
wouldn't that indicate an intentional upgrade as opposed to a fractional mutation or
No,
random
because
mutation?
all the ones that don't survive die off. All the ones that don't have appropriate features die off, right? And then the ones
Well,
that survive end up breeding and they end up passing they're better at surviving, better at getting food. They get the majority share of food. There's less food for the others. So not only do the ones that are worse off die off, the ones that are normal may end up dying off as well. And usually, what happens is a positive feature in a genetic pool will actually be it will either be zeroed out, a positive or negative or whatever feature it is usually gets zeroed out where they all die off, or they get like it becomes a one. So just like everything in in the group eventually has it. Everything in the population eventually gets it.
okay, so let's take your 50 fish eggs example or whatever. Of he needs an upgrade in his tail in order to survive this new river that's flowing into the current body of water that he's living in. You're saying that 50 random mutations were produced in those eggs in order for that generation to have a chance to survive. I don't
No,
think that's possible.
I'm not saying that many random mutations. I'm saying that there's enough successive generations in addition to in most cases throughout the history of the earth, massive populations plus successive generations uh with continuous offspring allows enough because mutation rates are very low, allows enough of a mutation, enough mutations to occur for the beneficial ones to take over the species and the negative ones to uh, get zeroed out.
See, like, it
Or
makes no s-
sometimes negative ones could also take over, could take over if it leads to other positives in other areas. Like the koala bear, for example, has something that's a negative and a positive. The koala bear uh, can eat eucalyptus and process it, but the eucalyptus plant fucks its brain up real bad, real bad.
really.
Yeah, it fucks it. It's like a neurotoxin. It like slowly destroys the koala's brain. Um, but uh, it wouldn't. I mean, they can eat other stuff, right? But they would have a hard time surviving without a eucalyptus tree. That's what they eat.
Okay,
Like they can eat other stuff, but like that's what they eat, right?
I would assume if that is screwing up their brains to where they can't, like, reproduce or function, they would probably be better off with the bamboo. I think,
Right, right. But if they
or
went
whatever
into
that
another
is.
environment, they would probably die off. Now there might be some that are able to eat other stuff and make by or whatever, right? But you would probably see them die off.
Then again, if it's really an evolution,
Because from my
an evolutionary
understanding, they can
thing,
eat shit like apples and stuff like that, but they shouldn't have a lot of them, right? It's like a treat. So that's what I'm saying.
mhm.
Maybe you have one that can process more stuff that has some random mutation. So maybe you have one survive and they can take over, but most likely they're all going to die off. Yeah, and they all have chlamydia.
Do they really? You're kidding me.
Yeah. I don't know if they
Okay,
all have chlamydia, but most of them do. And Jessica says there's no bamboo in Australia.
all right. Uh,
And yeah, Vicious is
you're
saying chlamydia
you're
has
getting
really
me off
big
of
and
my you're
small
getting me off of my
evolution.
question. All right. Enough with the ramblings. All right.
Well,
So
all I'm
how do you
saying
say
is
how can you
that
say, listen,
these
taco,
are
taco,
negative evolutionary traits
taco,
that became
taco?
positive, but will
You have to
still
get
be
random
negative.
out of evolution in
The
order for it
freak.
to
What I'm
work.
saying is,
Serious.
like the koala, for example, has negative evolutionary adaptations in almost every environment except for the most extreme environment on the planet. I mean, maybe not always, but like Australia, I feel like is consistently probably the most extreme environment on the planet, right?
Okay,
In
so
most areas of
okay,
Australia,
okay, pause. So if that's the case,
besides
how
maybe
could
like, besides maybe like the desert in Saudi Arabia or something, right? I guess there's like straight up deserts too, but still,
yeah, maybe like Dubai gets like 120 every.
right. But besides that, that's probably like one of the most hardcore environments, right? And fucking koalas eat a neurotoxin that fucks their brain.
Okay, so going with that example, how is it going to be that random mutations are allowing them to evolve to the point where they can still survive? It has to be
Insulta
some sort
says
of
they
a
can't eat other stuff.
intentional.
Um, so Insultus is saying they can't eat other stuff. I swear I've seen them eating apples before on YouTube. I swear I saw people feeding them apples. I think they can eat other shit, but it's like they can't eat much other shit, right? But maybe I'm wrong. I swear I saw them eating apples before. Sorry, what's up, Defreak?
I'm saying that a random mutation isn't going to be able to produce the next offspring necessary in order for that thing to survive in that extreme environment. It has to be some sort of a curve or a rotation or a reflex or just a flex of the code intentionally to create the trait that allows them to survive in the most extreme environment. It's not
It's
just
not
random every time. It
intentional
can't
though.
be random.
It is.
It can't be. It's not
It
possible.
is.
It's
It
not possible.
is.
Even if you're Joe Biden and you won the Powerball, dude, and Hunter is like, didn't have to pay a hooker this time for sex, it's still not possible.
It is.
It's not. It couldn't be. It
It
definitely could. And then you're
is.
talking about more than one chicken before the egg that happening to randomly. Dude, that's like five Powerballs in one like generation. That's not happening.
It doesn't happen overnight. How many
I could take
generations
a puff of
are
weed
in
or something.
100,000 years, DeFreak?
How many what generations? What
How many generations are there in 100,000 years?
for humans or
Yeah,
which
how
animal?
many generations are there in or let's say 200,000 years? How many generations are in 200,000 years for humans?
50,000.
Do you not think in 50,000 generations we could accumulate enough small changes in the population to where we would be visibly different from the prior human ancestors?
Well,
And let's say
I would
there's the
say no
same I don't know what the
because apparently, according to the science,
no. You said no?
no. It might. I'm
How
going to
did you
do the
say
math here in
no
a
to
second. It could
that?
be 50,000. It could be 5,000. No, because
You think there's
look what science
5,000
tells us right now that we've
generations?
been around for
You
50,000 years. Homo
you
sapiens have
think
been
there's
around for
five
how long?
Hang on one second. Let me get my calculator. You think there's 5,000 generations in 200,000 years, to freak?
Yeah, generation being 40 years, somewhere around there.
All right, let me double check this map. Oh my, this explorer it keeps failing me for some reason. All right,
Mind you, I can't even
so
get calculator to load.
200,000 divided by uh 40 years a generation. Yeah, 5,000. I think it would be more like because it would be probably shorter lifespans, right? So that's why I was saying I think it would be more generations, right? Like, what was the lifespan of an early hominid? Let's see. Uh, Average life expectancy 20 to 30 years. So let's say a generation is like 20 years. Because that's probably what it was. Or let's say 30 years, because it was probably 20 years most of human history, right? So let's see. 200,000 divided by 30. So what's that, like 6,006. So let's say there's like 6,000 generations, right? I think there's probably going to be like 6,600 or something, right? But let's say 6,000 generations, right? So,
6,666.
he's saying 300,000 years. So,
300,000.
300,000.
But wait a second. Does the 300,000 include, like, Neanderthal or whatever? Or are we talking about Homo sapiens current form?
The current form to the prior form. So that's like 10,000 generations, right? Roughly. So let's say 10,000 generations, right? And it's probably more like 20, it's probably more like 20 years, so it's probably even more generations than that. Because I think throughout most of human history, they were having kids a lot earlier than we were, right? So it's probably more like 15,000 generations, right? That's what I'm saying. I think there's a lot more, but let's say 10,000 generations. In 10,000 generations amongst a massive population, you don't think we could accumulate a bunch of small changes that changes from the prior ancestor of humans to today?
No, I think that it actually could. And you easily
You think
look at
it
the
could?
women
You
of
think that's
19.
enough generations? with a bunch of
No,
small changes.
not for what you're talking about. But if you look at the women of the
It's not a
1800s and their
massive
pictures,
change
and the
though,
women
DeFreak.
now, we see that they're more feminine now, right? So
DeFreak.
that's an
Okay, okay.
adaptation.
Hang on. Human skulls. I think I have the human skull image on my computer. Let me see. I think I have it. I'm looking for it right now. I'm pretty sure I have it downloaded. Let's see. Shit, I don't think I titled it something I can find it though. Find it with. Well, okay. Oh, I found. No, that's not it.
I forgot who that guy was that I argued with about evolution, but I told him the same thing. That's like, there's no class jumping, animal kingdom class jumping, or species jumping
Humans,
that is compatible with the Bible.
hominid skulls. All right. So this is what you want to see. Copy image, paint. Wrong button.
Duck, 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 no duck, duck.
Yeah, that was good. I liked it. I'll try to get a better. I'll try to get a better EDM version tomorrow. So we have a couple versions too, because that was fun. But here, um, I got this right here. Check this out. So I believe in is the current. Yeah, in should be the most recent. So that's us. Or let me double check that. I don't want to say the wrong thing
D is gnarly, dude.
there. This one doesn't list it.
These are supposed to be, humanoids, like past the quote unquote ape stage or whatever. We're
Oh,
walking on
cool.
2 feet.
You can buy ancient human skulls for like $300. You can buy ancient hominid skulls for like $200 online.
That's
That's
pretty
crazy.
scary, actually.
Anyways,
They got to be plaster. They're not selling human skulls on eBay, dude. They can't be doing.
no, it's a website. They might be plaster. I don't think they are though.
They've got to
Oh,
be
bone
plaster
bones.
or
Oh
something.
yeah, yeah, they're plaster. Yeah, they're
They
cast
like burn
ceramic.
candles in them and stuff.
That's cool though. They're plaster. They're cool looking. Um, but with that being said, the last this is not from that website. The last one I believe is gonna be the modern humans, and then but even if this, I'm pretty sure that's modern humans. But look at the between M and N, right? That's gonna be like the difference of like 300,000 years. And then M and L. Unfortunately, I couldn't find an exact time frame, but I assume that's probably going to be another 200 or 300,000 years, and it's probably like that all the way back.
I see the chart and everything, but this chart implies that they found these in some sort of linear range of some sort of geological, you know, um, bingo friggin' location or what. How do we know all these things didn't exist all at the same time and they just found them in different spots on the earth?
Because of the dating methods.
Maybe.
They have several different dating methods.
Because
And these
when
aren't
you
just
go
like
to the
chemical dating methods, it's also where they lie in the rock. Where do these lie in the geological column when they find them?
right,
That's how we know evolution is true,
But that's a
partially.
problem though, because
Well, listen,
you have the
that's how
genetic
we partially
evolution.
know it. Well, listen for a second. That's how we partially know evolution is true. Because if evolution wasn't true, we would find rabbits in the I believe, Precambrian area. Or, like, imagine if you found a rabbit, like, Precambrian geological column or whatever. I don't know how to phrase that. I'm sorry. But, like, imagine if you found one in that era. Or, like, dinosaur era. Or, wouldn't that be weird?
It is weird, and it does happen. Like if you go to
No,
the
it
tar
doesn't.
pits in
It never
LA,
happens.
yeah, it does.
I mean,
It happens a
that's a
lot.
that's a different thing, though. That's something on the surface. What I'm saying is, where they die off in the, and I don't know much about the tar pits, to be honest. So I'm not going to be equipped to respond to that effectively. But from my understanding, that's on the surface. But um, the everywhere in the world, this is a rule that holds true to freak.
Okay, but here's another problem though, Taco, and that is the geological record in terms of the layers and where that puts our linear time frame doesn't line up a lot of the times with the evolutionary genetic year time frame.
It literally does. They make predictions on where they're going to find stuff, not just where in the earth, like time wise, they're going to find stuff, but they're able to predict the our understanding of the early Earth history is so complete. They know where to dig to find new fossils.
They know where to dig to find new fossils.
Correct.
I don't know about that, Taco.
So
No,
that they'll be like,
they'd be able to
so
like
so
predict
the
where
freak. They'll
seashells
be
are going to
like,
be.
they'll be like, we want to see what the intermediaries between this and this species look like. This is roughly where these are found on the Earth at this point in time. This is where in the geological column it would be found, and then they go and they dig, and then they find them.
They never find them. They
They
never
do
find them.
all the
They
time.
don't. They
They
don't.
do, to freak.
They don't.
They
They
do
don't, man.
all the time.
The only thing that works for are like
The
the very
freak.
first like
Paleontology.
seashell, like
The freak.
what are
The
they
freak.
called?
The freak. Paleontology is literally a field of science that people go to school for to be able to do these types of predictions.
Okay,
It's a
so when you're
science, to
saying
freak.
new, how when you say new and you say intermediary species, that is like the gap between a bird and a dinosaur or whatever, dinosaur to fish or a bird. You're telling me that they know exactly where to dig to find these new things that haven't been discovered yet, Taco.
I
That's what
mean,
you're
they're
telling
not going
me,
to know the
dude.
exact. They're not going to know the exact patch of dirt to dig in, right? A dinosaur dig or something like that is going to be like a big thing. They're going to dig into like a mountainside or something, right?
It's
But
still absurd, dude. Because
but they're
how do
they're
they
going to
know what they're
know
looking for? They don't know.
because they have the uh skeletons of billions of creatures that lived before us.
It's an assumption, man.
And
It's
we've
bunk.
compiled the data of those billions of creatures that lived before us that we've collected.
So someone drew a picture, and so that's what we're gonna go dig for in this exact spot and find that exact fossil that is the gap. So the fills in the gaps argument. I'm not
What
buying it,
gap?
dude.
You think there's a gap? Figure out what you think there's a gap in and go talk to paleontologists and then go dig where they tell you to dig. And you'll find that gap.
All right, but when you said intermediary or whatever, animal that closes the gap, in evolution, they don't have that fossil yet. How do they even know what to look for? And you're telling me that that's their process.
Because they have the before and the after of it.
Okay, so someone makes a predictable etch a sketch of what it might look like, and then they go spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and dig up nothing, basically, because we all know that like most things fail,
Dude,
then
that's
are
not true. They
successful.
literally have like There's literally a field of science called paleontology.
Yeah. There's also uh, botany and
The freak, what I'm saying
geology.
is that what you're saying they don't do, they literally do in paleontology.
Okay, but we haven't found any missing links yet, and you're
What
telling
missing
me that
links?
they.
If you think there's a missing link, go talk to a paleontologist and go figure out where to dig.
Anyway, I'm not buying the whole. I'm not buying the sales pitch on that. That's all I'm saying. I'm just not buying it. And you have the issue with the genetic material of the skulls and the creatures and the geological record. They don't always line up, and that's two sciences,
Yeah, they
hard
do.
sciences, that
It
have
always
two
lines up.
disciplines of
That's
hard
why
science that have conflicting records of the timeline.
it always
A lot of
lines
it
up.
lines up, a lot of it
That's why
lines
it's
up,
a
but a lot of it
scientific
doesn't.
theory. There's
Right.
nothing that doesn't
So
line
there's
up to
problems
freak.
there.
If
So
you think
there's got
there's
to be some
something that if you think that
resolution
there's
there.
a missing link and something doesn't line up, go talk to a paleontologist. Say you think that there's a missing link between one dinosaur and another dinosaur, go talk to a paleontologist and go talk to a government, go get funding, go do a dig, and you'll find it.
Dude, you've been watching too much Jurassic Park, man. I hate to tell
Dude,
you.
this is how it works.
There's too many gaps in the gaps and too many gaps in the disciplines for there to be any, definitive
The freak,
anything.
there are
I'm
billions of dead
serious.
creatures in the earth waiting for us to dig them up.
Hmm. Are they any more than seashells?
Yes.
All right. And what do they put those in the Smithsonian Institute, whatever, and then make copies of them and put them out on display? That's like what we do pretty much, right?
They do all sorts of stuff with them.
And they like give them names, and they show them like in a little cultural colony, and they've got a spear, and he's
Or
got a nice fur coat.
they put them into, if it's a new species, they put it into the records and they do a bunch of measurements and collect data on the specimens, and then they catalog the specimens, and then they might make plasters of the specimens for people to interact with the new species that was discovered.
Uh huh. Yeah. And retroviruses or dire wolves, or you never know nowadays. But anyway, do you know do you know how hard it was or difficult it was to engineer C-19? Do you know how many steps it would take for them to actually engineer that? And they did, by the way. But like, it's not easy work.
Let's
Like,
not even
it's
talk about that.
all right.
I don't know what YouTube terms are on that, so I just don't want to.
That's fine. We don't have to talk about that specifically, but let's just say for gene splicing, uh, combining and splicing traits of genetic material into something that you actually want to produce, you know, that's intentional, and you still have to go through hundreds and thousands of, scenarios and tests and try to find that one experiment that works, that, that works, is stabilized, and will, could replicate as the thing you want it to be. You're talking about random chance of this stuff, and then for multiple specific individual species in order to, populate and what's that word? I don't know what, where you populate a area and like thrive. Random chance ain't cutting it, dude. It's just not gonna happen.
I mean, it's a lot more than random chance, right? There's a whole
Yeah.
body that's developed and evolved to survive the extreme environment around it, right?
All
And
right. So
turn the
you're playing video games with
and
your
evolved
controller. You're
to
gonna get
adapt
a
this
calic on
environment
your
to it,
thumb.
right?
If you're playing on your computer with your controller, and you get a calic on your thumb over
We have
your lifetime.
terraformed our planet, the freak.
What are you talking about?
We have terraformed our planet. We have changed it from hostile to friendly. We as in life, the grand overarching life.
Okay, so let's just say that you were playing video games your whole life and you got this specific calic on your thumb or whatever for playing for so long. Okay? Now if you had kids earlier and you had that built up, possibly that gene could have uh, passed on to your offspring, right? But if you didn't develop that calic until later in your life, and then you had a kid, or yeah,
If
then
it's in your
it
genes, it'll
wouldn't
get passed
necessarily
on. There's also a
right.
small chance that it
But
could
what I'm saying
randomly
is
change.
there was a specific environmental factor that was always constant that would cause that genetic mutation to happen, an intentional genetic mutation, a genetic intentional fold in order for your kid to have that special calyx so that he could win tournaments, and be a badass, right?
I don't think
It's
any of
not
this is a
random.
response to what I was saying.
Terraforming the earth. Go ahead.
So we've got a body, we terraform the earth, and now there's small changes that can happen each generation. These small changes can pass on, good or bad, to offspring, and other small changes can accumulate throughout generations.
Right. And so a random genetic fold, which is what determines, traits, isn't going to just randomly adapt to the environment when it requires sunlight, and then that fold just would be a random fold that would create it, or it would make it want to prefer dark or something. I just I can't buy into it. There's too much random chance going on.
No, there's not. It's not. It's small changes throughout generations. It's not like a lot of that. Most of it is steady. Is I keep telling you this. Like if you have children, your children probably look pretty similar to you. But maybe they're slightly better at running than you. Maybe they have slightly more potential at running. Maybe they have a birthmark neither you nor your wife have. Maybe they have whatever else, right? These small changes accumulate. Maybe one of them is taller.
Yeah, you have
Maybe one of them
individuals,
is
right?
slightly better looking. Maybe they have grandkids who have grandkids who have grandkids who are all 7 feet tall. These small changes accumulate. I don't know if they're actually going to be seven
Yeah.
feet tall. It's probably overreaching, but
All right, dude. All right, do this. Punch in 1800s famous female actresses.
okay.
Yeah, and
1800s famous female actresses. Let's see. Matilda Heron, Lily Langtree. What about them?
all right, now pull up a picture of like Taylor Swift or something, Shania Twain or something. Now this is like, let's just say, 100, let's just say 100, 150 years. We see that the females are getting more feminine, and it's quite obvious, and it's not a very 300,000 long year process. This is adaptation, right?
These are just an individual's looks to freak. An individual's looks vary greatly as there's much variation amongst the species, and you can see there's probably quite a bit of similar genetic descent there as well, just looking at that.
But we can see that they're obviously more feminine than they were back in the 1800s, based on the pictures,
Are they?
aren't they? I mean,
I don't know.
some of them look like they could be, picking up your
I don't
garbage or
know.
whatever every day, or. I
I don't
mean,
know if that's true. They look very similar. And they had different
all right.
beauty standards back then. But some of
I
them look very
mean, I
similar.
guess
This is just
some of them
weird.
are feminine, yeah, but most of them they're pretty rough, man. They're pretty rough compared to
I
like
just looked at
the
them on
famous
I'm looking at
actresses.
Google Images. I'm looking at Google Images. I don't know. Some of them like some of them are rough now. I don't know what you want me to say.
I guess you could say
Like
that. I guess you could say that. I guess you could say that.
I like
You know, I think that adaptation could happen quite quickly, and when you go from an environment where you have to
these look
actually
rough to
be,
you. These look
I
the
think
same as
so, man. I think they're
these
a
look
lot more feminine
most of
now.
these look the same as they do now.
I don't think so,
They look
man.
the same as they do now for the most
Some
part.
of them look like they just came out of a freaking coal mine.
It's the same thing, dude. Are you joking?
No, I'm definitely not joking. I think they're more feminine and beautiful
Look,
now than they were then.
it's the same thing.
Maybe rare occasion, maybe, but come on, dude.
It's the same thing. I don't see what you're seeing, Defreak.
I'm saying that something like adaptation within a
I think what
species.
you're saying is you see some objective thing, like so there's you have this like subjective opinion about what you're seeing in these like subjective beauty standards from different societies or periods of time about these like objective traits about these people and I get that you have your own opinions and stuff, but I don't see what you're seeing. I think it looks very like when you told me to look at that, I was like, "What? They're the same? What about it?" Like, and then you said it's different, and I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, I
It's the
think they're more
same thing,
feminine now.
dude.
I think they're more feminine now than they were
It's
back
the
then.
same
Just
thing.
because they're dude. All right, man. Hey, maybe they just didn't have good makeup then,
And
or maybe they didn't know how to process the
let's
hair right.
say let's say there's been 100 years of the best and most attractive women being passed on generations or whatever, right? Let's say this conspiracy theory is true, and you get to the day where, dude, it's 100 years. It's the same thing. The skulls are pretty much the same. Everything is going to be pretty much the same, right? It's like the facial features and shit.
Yeah,
Who
yeah, that's what I'm
cares?
saying. Who cares? I mean, my
That
point
that can
is that
happen
yeah, you have.
through that can
Go
just
ahead.
happen through sexual selection, and that can happen very
Yeah,
quickly.
it very well can. That's an adaptation. That's within a species. I'm not going to ever concede that
But
you have
that's not
species
like. But
jumping.
I for one did not see what you were talking about. But
All
even
right,
if
how
it did
about
happen, that can happen within a species. Like eugenics is a thing that some people want to do, right?
yeah, that's true, but that's not natural.
Like that could
I,
happen in like 2 generations if that happened. You know
mhm,
what I'm saying?
probably
But
will
that's just
actually, but yeah,
facial features. That's not major evolutionary adaptations. That's just like selective breeding or some shit. Also, some in the
right.
back. What's up, dude? You've been hanging out for a while. Some, you there? Hello, Sum. You're muted. I pulled you up. I guess he's not there. Oh man, Gretchen sent me another one. Let's see. Oh. This is a banger. Oh man.
Is Gretchen making these songs now?
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh. It's got a drop in it.
I need to get a glass for my soda.
Oh. Yeah. Let's go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I do want that. Send that over. Let's go. I'll play that right away. No ducks. Oh yeah. It has kind of a weird ending, but it'll do. We can make that work. We can make that work. That's a good one. It got kind of weird at the tail end, right? Oh, I gotta play that again. Yeah, all right, that'll work. That'll work. All right. I think you'll like this one, to freak. I think this one will make you dance really good. I think it'll be unavoidable dancing for sure. Oh man, let's get some theists up here. Already deconverted to freak. Some to freak now accepts evolution. You there, some? You AFK, man? You forget about us?
I'm still here.
Oh, what's going on, man? You've been hanging out for a little while.
Yeah, I know. I've just been listening in and been like disagreeing with Freak a little bit because I tend to just default to the majority scientific opinion. So it's been kind of boring, I'll be real.
Oh, what's the majority scientific opinion to you?
The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Universe is something 16 billion, isn't it?
14.6, something like that.
Yeah. Well, I
Are
mean,
you a theist or an atheist?
Yes, I am a theist, but something I'm confused about is your thing is God isn't real, but you guys kind of went on like a very long tangent on evolution
Oh
and like,
yeah, the freak does that sometimes.
I see. Seems strange to me though. Is like arguments for God's existence the main topic of this stream, or is the main topic just anything related to religion in general?
We usually just deconvert unrighteous theists here, although it's an open panel format, so theists can come up and debate and do whatever they
Yeah,
want.
no, but I'm talking about the topic though.
Yeah, does God exist?
I see. Well, is there anything you want to discuss in particular, or?
I mean, it seems like God doesn't exist, but if you think it does and you think you can prove it, I'll hear you. I gotta go pee real quick though. I've been here for a
Yeah,
while,
no one.
so I'm gonna go run to the restroom. I got my headset on though. You give me your argument or whatever. I'm listening, or maybe not argument while I'm doing that, but give me like a rundown of what you're thinking here.
Yeah, righto. Well, I mean, what I was mainly thinking is that if you wanted to discuss topics for whether or not God exists, I'm not going to prove it to you, since proof would imply certain things like take the theory of evolution. It's called a theory because even though there's substantial evidence, it's not absolutely proven with 100% guarantee. I'd say I think it's more likely than that God exists rather than not. But when it comes to anything, there's a certain sense of insecurity. Like, take for instance, the existence of my hand. Right, I'm looking at it right now, but I'm looking at it. That means I have to trust my eyes in order to understand that it exists. But I have no reason to trust my eyes. There's It's just the only thing that I really have, as well as my other four senses. There's no real metaphysical reason why I trust them, but I do. And if I do trust them, I can come to certain conclusions like my hand seems to be real because I'm looking at it. But I'll wait till you come back before we continue to discuss further.
Sorry about that. So why do you think a God probably exists then? That because that wasn't really that didn't even. I mean, I guess you said you can't prove it. That's fine, but you didn't really provide your reason for your position.
Yeah, I was waiting until you came back before I came to do that. There's a couple different arguments you could take. Are you familiar with, for example, the Kalam argument?
Yeah, but go ahead and present it because maybe there's people in the audience that aren't.
Of course, but even before I present it, something I'd like to talk about is when we define God, I'm specifically defining God as the supreme maximal being, right? Timeless, eternal, all powerful, all knowing, etc. Well, the issue is, I feel that from most arguments, you can't get to every aspect of God just from the one argument. So when it comes to the Kalam argument, my main intention is to try and show that it seems to be from philosophy and from this argument that there is a being that is without beginning that causes everything else to begin. That's my intention for this. Are you there?
Can it fail to exist?
Oh, well, I saw your argument earlier, but the issue is you could just do a modus tollens on that.
Can it fail to exist?
Well, God can't fail to exist, and I assume that this thing
Okay,
wouldn't
so
either. But that's not what's
necessary
being
being
attempt.
God cannot fail to exist. Okay. All right. So you
That's
said
not.
Kalam
It's
argument
failure.
first.
It's failure or its inability to fail to exist is not the intention of the argument, though. It's like, for instance, I'm trying to prove God exists, but I'm not
No,
trying to
no, no.
prove
But
the
you're
resurrection
making a
happened, right?
very specific claim that God exists in all logically possible worlds.
Not from the Kalam argument.
No, 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 no. But that's still your position. But what's the Kalam that you're presenting? Is this just every everything that begins or uh
Everything that begins to
to
exist
exist
has
has
a
a
cause for its
cause
existence. Yes.
for its existence. Uh, and what's supposed to the universe exists?
Well, I
Universe.
mean, that's one type, but I was more thinking that a infinite chain of causes is illogical.
So this is your argument, right?
I'll wait for you to put it up on screen. Everything that begins to exist has a cause for its existence. The universe exists. I mean, that would be a form of it, but I was more thinking for second premise we could do an infinite chain of causes is illogical. Therefore, there is a first cause for everything else.
What was it? Illogical, therefore what?
And therefore, everything that what was I trying to sorry, this is my first time doing like a debate on YouTube or like even a discussion.
Oh, no
So
worries.
yeah, got a little bit of the shakes with me, sorry. Every
I'm just a normal idiot. Don't worry.
I'd like to say I'm the same, but I'm more of a mega idiot, so there's that.
That happens.
An infinite chain of causes is illogical. I'm trying to remember what the lost preference was. I have it somewhere in my notes. I'd have to go check it at this point. Because I'd be stupid just for me to sit here
Well,
looking
I
at the
don't
page.
think this is going to be a valid argument from those premises, but I'm interested to see what premise you say. I don't know what inference you could make from that.
Oh, I remember now. Sorry, I was just thinking about like the version you presented, which is a different version of the Kalam argument, and I kind of got sidetracked in my mind. Again, mega idiot here. An infinite chain of causes is illogical, therefore there is a first cause, which is uncaused. Oh well, sorry, uncaused. That's just naturally inferred from first cause, which is beginningless, would probably be a better way to phrase it.
I don't think that's valid.
Why wouldn't it be valid?
What's the inference rule?
Inference rule, sorry?
Yeah, like I get this is like your line of thought, but I don't think that's logically valid.
Maybe I'm phrasing it differently than how I saw it presented, but I do remember seeing this presented perhaps in a different way.
Because this other one I did was valid.
This, you mean
Everything that
everything
begins to
that begins to
exist
exist,
has
the
a
universe exists.
cause. The universe exists, therefore the universe has a cause.
I mean, given that I don't have the version of this that would be valid,
It'd just be like that.
I suppose,
This,
yeah, I
I,
suppose that we could do the other one if you'd like.
yeah, the universe has a cause. That should be valid. Um, it's basically Willem Lane Craig's version.
Pretty
So
much.
that gets to first cause, basically, right?
I suppose.
All right. So I think what your argument that you were saying probably was like leaning towards a necessary being, but this gets you to an initial cause, right?
Yes, and what I was
All
trying to
right.
do earlier
So
was
I'm gonna say that uh I'm gonna probably reject premise one.
I see. So you think there are things that can begin without causes?
Uh I would say that the sciences suggest that whatever the fundamental state or whatever the initial state is probably fundamental. Like there's quantum fields which are fundamental,
What do you mean by
and
fundamental?
like the most basic form of something,
Well, hold wait, when you say most basic form of something, do you mean that you
like
think
the
these
most
things are
simple. They aren't
oh, and
composed of parts.
I understand that,
They're
but
like the
what I'm trying
substrate.
yeah, I get that, but what I'm trying to talk about is, are you trying to say that these caused the universe or existed just eternally or beginningless?
I don't think that's so. So it would be. It seems illogical to me to oppose that anything could begin to exist outside of the transitions that we see from the various changes of energy.
Could you expand further on that?
Um, I think we would probably both agree that nothing is incoherent, right? Like true
Yeah.
nothing, absence of everything.
I
All right,
would agree that that doesn't exist
all
in
right,
reality
all right.
because
That
everything in
proves
So
reality.
God.
we both agree that that can't exist, and something does exist. So something can't fail to exist. Something has to exist, which is the stuff that exists. There's not room
Well,
for a god there anywhere
well,
because you
there's
would
two
have to
different
say that the
forms of.
stuff could fail to exist, which to do that, I think if you claim that the stuff could fail to exist, I think that would require a dramatic burden of proof that you would never achieve.
When you say necessary, there's a couple different ways we could understand that, right? Like temporal necessity. I could or could not pick up my phone right now, right? You agree that I could or
I'm
could not do
talking
this?
about uh, modal logic. You didn't know what an inference rule was, though. So I'm talking about cannot fail to exist, has to exist in all logically possible worlds. So if you can conceive of a logically possible world, this would be required for it. And which would mean that there would be no contradiction in every possible world, right? Logically possible world, basically. And so because you're going off of a conceivable god rather than something that's been demonstrated empirically, you're going to be operating from that realm. You're claiming a necessary being; it has to exist in all logically possible worlds. I can imagine many logically possible worlds where no gods exist, and so can every other atheist and agnostic on the planet, and so can most theists on the planet, which would mean that
Well,
God
when you say
cannot be a
conceive of,
necessary being.
when you say conceive of a
No
logically possible
contradiction.
world, I could conceive of a rational person thinking of a world that necessarily exists, but that's different from actually conceiving. Like,
Okay, so let me
how should I
formalize my
explain it?
argument real fast because something interesting just happened. So, necessarily, if God exists, God necessarily exists. That's your necessary being premise. Possibly, God doesn't exist. That's true because I've explained to you that I can imagine worlds with no God, and that's all that's needed to justify that for either of us. And then there and then therefore God doesn't exist. This follows through modus tollens. This is a sound argument. Although what you're saying is conceivability is not logical possibility. Is that what you're saying?
Could I expand further on that just because I myself am thinking through this at the current moment?
Sure. You
When
have
I
a
say what,
question or
no, no, it's just that when you say possibly God doesn't exist, how I would phrase your conceivability is not logical possibility, is that, for instance, someone could imagine something illogical and they could conceive that this is possible in some world, but because it's
oh
illogical, their
no.
conception
So,
isn't
so
actually
so
real.
can you imagine a square circle?
If someone imagined a square circle
No,
and they
you
said
can't.
it existed in a oh, wait,
No
and
no
they
no no
said
no no
and
no
they
no no.
conceived in their mind it
Listen for a second.
existed in another possible world,
So
them simply thinking it could exist in a possible world does
so
not prove it could
so
exist in
think for a
another
second.
possible world.
Think for a so square has four sides. Circle has no sides.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
not conceivable. You
I'm not
can't
saying
conceive of a
I'm not saying
no-sided, four-sided thing, right?
I'm
That's
not
what a
saying
contradiction is. So
I know.
you're
I'm
you're
not saying that it could exist in another
no
possible
no no
world.
no
I'm
no no
saying
no no no
someone
no.
could
What I'm
conceive it could
saying
exist in another
what I'm
possible world.
saying is those are excluded from logically possible worlds.
I know they're excluded from logically possible worlds. I'm not saying they're in logically possible worlds. I'm saying that in logically possible worlds, including this one, people could conceive of it being in another logically possible world. And because they conceive of it, it
So
doesn't
so
mean it
so
actually
so
exists in
so
another logically possible world.
so is conceivability I don't think that's related to anything we're talking about. Is conceivability logical possibility?
Depends on the definition of both terms.
Logical possibility, anything that's going to be broadly logically possible, ergo no contradiction. Conceivability is basically the ability to imagine something or conceive of something. Once again, ergo, there's going to be no contradiction. So, is conceivability like the ability to imagine something or make a statement with no contradiction, not logical possibility to you?
Not exactly, because there could be someone who thinks, for instance, that square circles
Okay,
do exist in other
so
possible worlds.
conceivability is not logical possibility, then is what you're saying. So if conceivability is not logical possibility, that would mean that you're now out of the realm of logical possibility for your God. You're going to be operating from nomologic. I probably spelled that wrong. Nomological possibility, limited metaphysical possibility that branches off of that. Um, Nobody on fire says, "Homie, going to have to describe the square circle now." He can't. He can't do it, dude. He can't do it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I can. I'm saying
I
someone could
appreciate the
conceive of
super
it.
chat. Nobody on fire. So nomological possibility. That's where you're going to be. So nomological is like what's like physically possible, and then you're going to have like a branching metaphysical possibility that's limited by what would be like branching off of that nomological possibility, right? And so I'm going to provide an argument now. So uh 100 or all observed minds are in virtue of brains, therefore all minds are in virtue of brains. So this is a strong cogent inductive argument.
Yeah, like I'm not sure that you quite understand what I was saying because I'm not saying again that I or that it actually exists in a possible world. I'm saying that someone could conceive of it, but simply it being conceivable by a person does not make it logically possible.
Yeah. So you're saying conceivability is not logical possibility. So
Yeah, but
you're
I'm
going to
not sure
get
how this leads. I'm not sure how this leads to nomological possibility and limited metaphysical possibility.
yeah, because logical possibility is generally seen as no contradiction. If it's not no contradiction, you're going to have to demonstrate that it's something that's actually possible within reality, right? So you're going to have to be within the laws of physics, or maybe like one of the scientific models of the universe that like models what they think it looks like prior to the Big Bang, right? And that's what I mean by like limited metaphysical possibility, right? So you're gonna have limited space that you can reach because you're not operating off of what's nomological or metaphysic broad logically possible, right? Where you have like a wide range, right? So you don't get access to say that like disembodied minds, for example, or non-physical minds are a thing. You can't say they're possible just because you can conceive of them, right? And that's why I presented the argument there. All observed minds are in virtue of brains, therefore all minds are
I
in
see what you
virtue of
mean.
brains. So
There,
I think
I
that
think there's a
based
little
off
more
of
nuance though.
I think based off of your position, I could say that I have presented a position to you based off of your position that would provide better reason to believe than not that no God exists. At least your God doesn't exist.
Yeah, but hold on, there's something a little bit of an issue here though. I'm not saying that like just because it's conceivable, how should I phrase this? Just because it's conceivable doesn't mean necessarily that it's logically possible. But if you conceive of it, it may be logically possible. I'm not saying that it's not logical possibility in an absolute sense. You could
Yeah,
conceive of
yeah, that's
something
what I'm
that is
saying.
logically possible in
That's
another
what I'm
world.
saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Not exactly, because if you say that everything that's conceivable is logically possible, then premise two of your former argument would follow. That since people can conceive of a world where God doesn't exist, therefore God doesn't exist. If you mean
Yeah,
it in
no,
an
I know
absolute
you
sense,
see that,
where
which is
if
why
people
I know you see that, which is why you're rejecting that, but that puts you in an even deeper hole. But neither side is going to end with you in a good spot. This one ends with you knowing that if your God exists, it's not a necessary being, but you're claiming it has to exist if it's a necessary being. That was your necessary being claim. So you would know
can be
your God
necessary
doesn't
without
exist,
someone knowing it.
so you would know your God doesn't exist. Um, Although if you deny conceivability is not logical possibility, we're inductive. So we're creating either some type of abductive case where we're providing the best inference for the data or the best explanation, right? Or we could do an inductive inference, which is going to be probabilistic, right? So I'm making a probabilistic case. All observed minds are in virtue of brains. That's 100%. I've looked. There's no accounts of a non-physical mind. Therefore, all minds are in virtue of brains. This is and you can look for one too. I'd love to see a non-physical mind, but that would be a strong inductive argument that defeats any case to be made for a non-physical mind. Any mind claimed is going to be reliant on a brain unless you can demonstrate a non-physical mind, and then from here we could make some abductive case that
Oh, I see. So
it's
you're
much
not. Oh, wait. Let me just quickly clarify your position. You're not using this argument to prove. Sorry, you're using this argument to prove that's more likely God doesn't exist because I say God has a mind, correct? And if we follow my logic
because
of
you denied conceivability as logical
yes,
possibility, we're not going to be able to make a certainty claim from your position. So this is just an internal critique of your position. But because of where you're at, it's going to end up in an abductive claim of some sort, right?
well, I mean, my claim is now still possible, but the only thing that you're denying is a part of God that I haven't yet made an argument for, by the fact that it's very likely that all minds are in virtue of brains, because that's all we can really observe. But by Kalam, I'm not trying to prove that God has a mind. I'm just trying to prove that there is a first cause that is beginning it.
No, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. So I would say that if the Kalam, so I argue a little bit differently for the initial state. So I go stuff arises, all observed stuff arises from stuff. Uh, therefore, therefore, the current state of this stuff arose from prior. I forget what the exact, this isn't the exact form, but it's basically something like that,
No
right?
worries.
And so
Yeah, I get you.
this might not be a strong and cogent version, but it's basically all observed stuff arises from stuff. Therefore, the current state of the stuff arose from prior stuff, right? So, like this current instantiation of the universe, like because it's all the stuff, right? All the stuff was in a different state prior, right? And so that's
Yeah.
it would be like an inductive. A Kalam, I think, should be a inductive. I don't know why he tried to do deductive with it, but this would be like an inductive version of that that pulls you to a prior state. Um, Causality is denied by a lot of people, so I don't know if causality would be a good thing to argue for because, like, if you had Kurt up here who calls it a lot, he denies causality. If he's just because somebody can deny causality, I don't think that would be a good, and he's got good positions on it. Like these are there's people that have good positions and well formed positions that deny stuff like causality, right? And so I
Wait,
think it's
do you mean traditional causality, as in like
yeah,
how it's
yeah, yeah,
traditionally
yeah.
understood in Aristotelian?
I'm
Or
not sure of exactly what he deny there, but Aristotelian metaphysics is very outdated. Um, So he'd probably deny Aristotelian metaphysics or Thomistic metaphysics or anything like that. And most people would because they're outdated. I would too, right?
Well, I mean, when you say outdated, I assume that they're honestly, I'll be real, I don't look all that much at philosophy. I'm more of a history guy. But I've only started looking at it maybe in the last, let's say, 4 or 6 months. So I apologize again because I'm probably
So
not the best
since
guy to handle this stuff.
so let's I don't know exactly what year that was, but let's say that was like 2200 years ago or 2000 years, whatever the time frame
I
was, right?
think he was, yeah, 3,000 or something.
Three, whatever the time frame was, right? I don't know offhand, but whatever the time frame was, he we've had an insane amount of knowledge that we've gathered about the universe, in addition to philosophy done with, around, and including that. Um, our philosophy has improved dramatically. Our sciences have improved dramatically. So a lot of this, like foundations of philosophy and metaphysics stuff that you read, like it's good read still, but a lot of like metaphysical speculation and whatnot is not accounting for any of the modern science stuff that we have. There's
Yeah, I
two or
get
three
that.
thousand years of learning since then, right?
Yes, I understand, but something you said denying traditional causality. Do you also
Yeah.
deny traditional causality, or
I something like causality probably happens. I don't know. I don't really think about it that much. I don't really care about causality, to be honest with you.
fair
Like
enough?
there's probably something happening. I think that there's a chain of depend. I think a better way to phrase it is there's like a chain of dependency, right? Which is why I say
Yeah.
all the observed stuff arises from stuff. Therefore, the current state of the stuff arose from prior stuff. There seems to be a chain of dependency that
Mm.
traces to an initial state. The scientific models seem to point towards an initial state.
You know, I something I think about is that when you say initial state, what do you mean by that? Do you just mean like prior to the Big Bang, at the moment of the Big Bang, like the initial moment when everything was stuffed into the tiniest possible
Whatever
space?
that state, I'm
Or
agnostic to the physics of it because I'm not a quantum physicist, right? It's probably quantum physics something, right? But I call it quantum. Oh man, I'm falling apart tonight. It's hella late. I didn't
no,
get.
that's all right.
I stayed up too late last night. But quantum. Universal quantum field. I'm blanking, and I apologize. I just call it the
No, you're
universal
chill.
quantum field. It's the initial state, right? Because I think that quantum field theory or something quantum field theory related in the future will turn out to be the correct one or pretty close to the correct one, right? But it's basically just the initial state, like the state that can't fail to exist, that has to exist for everything to exist.
Mm. Yeah,
And once
I
again, I think that the inability of nothing to exist leaves no room for a god, right? And so I think
well, I
all
mean,
of this in
I
combination with you rejecting conceivability as logical possibility and then the inductive arguments that I presented should be enough to pull you over the edges. This is a pretty strong um, abductive
oh well,
case being presented.
when you talk about the specific when you were talking earlier about since the universe exists, it cannot fail to exist because it already exists. That seems to be well, hold on, let me confirm. Is that what you were saying?
So something exists, nothing is incoherent, so something cannot fail to exist.
What do you mean nothing is incoherent?
It's the absence of everything. Just can't exist. It's not
Well, I mean, it can't
conceivable.
exist because
It's
everything exists. But you could
well,
conceive
yeah.
of a world where nothing exists.
You cannot.
I could.
Maybe you think maybe you're doing it within the confines of what the initial state allows, and you're
Oh well, actually, I see your point now.
maybe you're thinking of
You
like
couldn't.
a
I see your point
vacuum.
now.
You might be
Actually,
thinking of a vacuum or something, but you can't
yeah, never mind.
actually
You
conceive of nothing.
yeah. I mean, I could conceive of nothing as in like.
Because like even a vacuum, or even nothing, you were probably thinking of a void or something, which still has a name, right?
Mm. Yeah, okay, I see your point now that nothing can't exist in the sense of there's no logical. Oh well, there's no
there's no
logically possible
possible way
world
to
where
describe it,
nothing.
right?
Yeah,
It's just
because
the
even a
absence of
world wouldn't
everything.
exist at that point.
Right? You can't describe it. You can't imagine it. It's just the absence of
Well, I
everything,
mean,
right?
is everything that's logically possible contained in every logically possible world? That's
No,
something I would
no,
think about.
I'm not a realist on that stuff. It's more useful semantics for engaging with logical arguments.
Yeah, well, in that case, I would think that nothing is only logical in the context of not being in a logically possible world, because nothing doesn't include a world. I mean, nothing is
Yeah,
logical in some senses. Like,
I don't think any. I could be wrong. I would say almost all philosophers would say nothing is logically impossible. I would say
I,
almost all probably.
well, I mean, let's take two logically possible worlds, right? And let's say one has only one moment, and this one has all the moments that's in this world because it's this world, right? And now the first world that has only one logically possible moment is the instance of the Big Bang when everything was in crammed into one tiny insignificant space. In that world, like the other logical moments where I exist don't exist. There's nothing of my existence in that world. And there's nothing around that tiny insignificant. Oh, could you even describe it as insignificant? Because technically it'd be great because it's all that exists. But anyway, semantics aside, the
Oh,
tiny
and
orb of
another thing,
everything that is.
I'm pretty sure this move locks you out of possible world semantics almost entirely, unless you're talking about nomologically possible and limited metaphysically possible worlds. At least when
Oh,
it
well, what I
comes to
mean by
talking about your
conceivability is not.
position, you can still do like logic around stuff, but like on your position, I think this would lock you out of that, and it would also make it so you can't claim a necessary being. You would probably have to claim a brute fact. So you could still probably use the kalam, but I think you'd have to claim a brute fact.
Could you go back up to my compatibility is not logical possibility? Again, what I mean. Oh, well,
Conceivability is
conceivability.
not.
What I mean by that is just that because we can conceive of something doesn't mean it's logically possible. Like I'm talking about things that you consider logically impossible, and I'm taking the position that they are logically possible. But just because I conceive of it doesn't mean that it's actually true, correct?
No, that's the point. That's what's being said. That means so just because you conceive of your God doesn't mean it's not logically possible, right? So
That
all
means
observed
P2
minds
is
are in,
false.
all observed minds are in virtue of brains. Therefore, all minds are in virtue of brains.
Yeah, but then that also would lock out your argument that
No, 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 no.
because we can conceive of it.
This is an internal
Oh yeah.
critique. But I do hold the. I still like this argument. I still hold this to this argument, right? But um, for
I
logical
mean,
possibility, I think that conceivability is that, but I'm claiming a my necessary being that I claim is a necessary being along these lines. So when people engage with my necessary being on an internal critique, they have to do an internal critique here.
when you talk about an
But when we're
initial.
talking about logical possibility, I can engage with a full range of semantics.
I see. When you talk about a necessary state, couldn't the theist just take the position that necessary state would be gone?
Then they would be a pantheist.
Well, no, because they would still say that everything comes from God, but that everything necessarily exists in eternity, in the one
Would it have a
metaphysical moment where
mind?
God exists.
Would it have
Yes,
a okay? So
yes,
I
it
would
would.
just
But
say
I
this.
mean, I could just deny premise one of this, to be honest with you, because I could just say the Old Testament
Okay,
Israelites observed a mind that
then
wasn't
go
observed
ahead
to
and
other brains.
provide an example of a disembodied mind.
The Old Testament Israelites, and now you could
Yeah,
say those documents aren't reliable. However, if they did see a disembodied mind, they'd be fair in believing that it didn't have a brain, correct?
that's definitely not reliable evidence, and you know that's not reliable evidence. Please
I
provide
mean,
an example of a disembodied. You know, I'm asking for like something that would be some type of reliable evidence that we could look at and be like, okay, there's possibly an actual disembodied mind here, right? So
I mean,
premise
people throughout
one.
history have claimed various disembodied minds, right? They'd be fair in believing that in themselves, just not as reliable evidence to other people.
If it's
So,
indistinguishable from a hallucination, it's not gonna
correct.
count.
I know, but then there'd be people who could just deny premise one on their own personal experience.
And then you could
Of
ask them
course,
to demonstrate a disembodied mind.
I know. I'm just saying this as a way that
I know
this
what
argument
you're
doesn't apply to
saying, but
everyone.
this is a strong and cogent argument and it holds. Although I do get what you're saying, I don't think those would be good responses. Nobody on Fire says the Bible's the claim, begging the question. Right, but it's
I
still
was not begging the
it's still
question, though.
like really weak evidence. Nobody on Fire. What he's saying is that there's this claim of it, and it's like it's really bad evidence, but it's still kind of evidence. Is basically what he's saying, and I'm saying, yeah, it's kind of evidence, but like I want actual trustworthy evidence. Right, is what my response was to that. Like like
Yeah, I'm not
like
using it
if
as my
you're
main
saying like
argument.
it's like evidence for ghosts and like Casper would be evidence for ghosts, then sure, right? That's the way I think that would be evidence for disembodied minds. And I'd want something that would be like um at least mathematics around the physics or something suggesting this is possible, or um maybe an example of something like that that we've observed, or maybe we captured some free floating disembodied mind somehow, Ghostbuster style or something like that, right? And thank you for the super chat, nobody, greatly appreciated. Am I making sense some?
Yeah, I get you. Something I wanted to go further on though is that wasn't my main argument. I was just pointing out that there is people who would deny premise one on the account of their own personal experience with what they claim to be a disembodied mind.
Yeah, I just don't think I've been running this argument for a while. I just don't think that those are good responses to it. I think that a good response, as I said, would be like Ghostbuster style, providing one, or math around the physics or something.
Yeah, something that I would say though is simply that I'm not. This is a good argument in the sense that it would apply and be reasonable for people to believe in. But my first point would be it's still possible for there to be a disembodied mind that we simply haven't observed yet because of lack of information. And my second point would just be that,
That this is an inductive argument that wouldn't matter at all. This is accounting for that. Inductive arguments are probabilistic, so this is like saying, um, therefore, it's likely all minds are in virtue of brains, right? So an inductive
yes,
argument is making a probabilistic case. This is
yeah,
not saying that this is
I
100%
understand it's a
certain.
probabilistic. Yeah, I understand it's a probabilistic case. That's why I'm not claiming that it's completely wrong, because it'd be reasonable for someone to hold to this position. But the second point I would bring up is that this is like a disembodied mind is not what I'm intending to prove from the Quran. This is why at the beginning of when I came here, I said that all the attributes of God cannot be proven from a single argument. So I'm just focusing on this. That is, there's a beginningless thing that is outside of everything else. Because, oh, well, not a first thing, but a first
So
cause,
I
which you would
I
believe to be the initial state.
I would say that the first cause, if I was to grant causality, would be a quantum fluctuation. So there's the
Well,
stuff that exists, and then there's a quantum fluctuation, right? But I don't think that everything that begins to exist has a cause. So if I don't grant a first cause, I actually think premise one is false.
well, could you point to anything that has began to exist without needing a cause, other than the initial state? Because that's disputed
There's no energy can neither be created nor destroyed.
in the universe, correct?
Yeah, there's no outside the universe though. The universe is quite literally the
That
set of all
itself is a
things.
claim.
Yeah, which is backed by all the sciences. I don't know what to tell you. This is
I've heard
the
scientists who
case of the
say that
sun.
they believe there are universes prior to this one that caused this one. So
Yeah,
no,
yeah, but that's still
like some
within the
people hold to
subset of
multi
all the
universe theory.
stuff. I think that this current state is this current state, and there's probably going to be every possible state resolved. There could have been infinite possible states resolved prior to this. You could have already lived every possible life. Maybe that's why you get deja vu. You could have already, probably not, but you could have already lived every possible life. In every possible state. Been with every woman that you ever broke up with until got married to every woman you ever broke up with. Uh, got married to every dude that like everything
I mean, at
ever,
this
right?
point, bro, it might need to be a possibility. No, I'm joking.
You know what I'm saying? Like in every possible, like every time that you could have gotten run over by a bus or a
Yeah.
roller coaster flew off or whatever, and then every possible reality that didn't result. Like, sure, that's possible, right? But I don't really care if that happened or if there was an initial state and then today, right? I don't see how that would impact anything. We're still examining the same stuff.
Hmm. I gotta be honest with you, I'll be having to go soon. But before I go, would you mind that I screenshot your notes so that I can go like think about them in my own time and then maybe come back sometime?
Sure. Are you on Discord?
Yeah. Or yeah, you could just copy paste all this to me.
Yeah. What's your Discord?
Some lad, if you remember.
Oh yeah, cool. Oh, you're the dude from the Catholic Discord.
I wasn't from the. You met me in what Discord was it? It's the one in your YouTube bio. Premium Politics.
Oh, premium. Yep. Sorry. Yep. The premium politics.
Hmm.
That's right. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Well.
yeah. But I. This is. I mean, this will. I feel like after hearing this, if you take this if you think I'm not a total idiot and take this conversation seriously, I would seriously reconsider the position. But at least at least think about the all observed minds are in virtue of brains, therefore all minds are in virtue of brains. Like I'm not trying to like like you can tell by the arguments I presented and the way I presented. I'm not like trying to swindle you. I'm trying to help you reason through this effectively, right? And I think these are good arguments that build a very strong case against almost all theistic positions.
Hmm. Well, anyway, I thank you very much for your time and allowing me to be on, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day.
Yep.
What time
Have a
is it
good
for
one,
you
man.
before I go?
6 a.m.
Damn, it's 11 p.m. for me, bro. And I
Where
got stuff to do tomorrow. That's why I'm
are
going
you
to
in
bed.
Japan or something?
No, Australia. You went to the northern
Oh,
hemisphere,
cool.
but I'm in south.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
Cool,
All
man.
right.
Well,
Well,
good chat with you. Feel free to call in later too.
of course. Thank you very much. See ya. How do I Oh, there.
Oh, the freak. The freak. I'm gonna have Dipsomaniac sent me an argument in DMs, but I'm gonna have to look at that argument when it's not 6 a.m. and I've been streaming for 11 hours. Um, I'm not gonna lie, my brain's been failing me for like 2 hours. Oh, thank you. I don't know. I felt like that was a good conversation, and I felt like he understood some of what I was saying. That was nice. Maybe he'll come back to me. Maybe he'll be like, "Hey, Taco, you got me. I'm an atheist now." Maybe. Maybe. There's 3 reptilians. Interesting. I think I'm gonna accept all these friend requests from random people, and then the ones that DM me trying to scam me, I'm just gonna tell them that they should do a bloodbath. I think, I think that's the play here. 17 people. Jeez, I just accept them all, I guess, right? Some of these definitely look like scammers. This is going to be interesting. All right. Some of those are definitely going to be scammers, to freak. Is your mic on, to freak? You good, dude? All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, you sure?
I can hear you.
Did you hear what I was saying a minute ago?
Probably not. What were you saying?
I think there's custom tailor-made Discord scammers, right? So like if you're a theist, then you get the African that's building a church over in Africa, and you need money, and he needs money, right? So for
Right.
I imagine it's some
You
kind
think
of
they're
like,
customizing it like that?
oh yeah, they're definitely like targeting scamming these people in Discord.
I've been getting a bunch of those African church builder scam. I'm in updated. I'm in a bunch of discords, and one of the Catholic ones has a lot of those people in it that do that shit. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm surprised you get those as a atheist. So I guess they just shotgun scamming.
Yeah, they're just hitting everyone, dude. Oh, she said
Definitely.
check that folder again. Let's see.
I bet you if you really dug into the operation of Discord, you could find like conspiracies
Oh,
of
Gretchen,
scamming.
I'm processing it right now. Actually, I was just in the middle of a debate, so hopefully, you guys did. You guys all like the debate? I hope you guys all like the debate. I think I need to upgrade to Streamlabs. I got to figure out. I don't know though. It's way more expensive. I should have bought Streamlabs discounted for the year. I screwed up. It was like $260 for the year or something around Christmas time. I screwed up, man.
Yikes.
I should have bought it. I'm like, Restream does everything. Well, that does. All right, all right.
We have zero ducks.
We got a new song on the
We have
queue.
zero ducks. We have zero ducks. We have zero ducks. No ducks, no ducks. Duck, duck, duck. We have zero ducks.
Dukes annihilate. No ducks, no ducks. We have voodoo ducks. When Dukes annihilate. No ducks, no ducks. No ducks, no ducks, no ducks.
Can you tell me what
Sounds
you
like,
learned or improved on today, DeFreak?
I think that the Zero Ducks is need of rehab.
What do you mean?
Well, what do we have? Like three duck songs, and all we have are no ducks as the lyrics. So that's like a downgrade of language and an upgrade of crack rock DJ aesthetics.
Are you saying it's an improvement?
Uh, I think that I think that unless you're clubbing in an industrial park with a bunch of ravers and goth chicks, that music is not going to be, highly
Well, the good
requested.
thing is I'm only using the last one out of those three, so
That's all right. The first one, like, it had like that, and then it had like some like Indian music and incorporated into it, and then you had some like the old prayer rug, calls to God
yeah, yeah,
prayers
yeah.
in it. So I was like, that one was really schizophrenic.
Have you ever danced to your song, DeFreak? Do you dance to your song when it's played for you?
I probably a little bit, probably have.
You like your song?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
Seen a lot of weirdo
You know the lyrics?
No, I don't know,
but I
man.
ain't never seen a man
I like
try to
it, though,
prove
like,
God
when
with
I
an
hear 'em.
insurance clause. Ladies and gentlemen, a free. The freak rolled in with a Bible and a Quran. Clipboard like a shield said it's me. Watch this two religions case closed, signed, sealed. He stabbed at the policy like it was sacred stone. See, acts of God, that means God's got his own throne. Panel hit back like freight train kissing steel. There before he dropped, got spun into a wheel. He says deductible, he says source. He says checkmate. They say of course, fine print, profit, paper, gospel. They appoint that clause like it's holy law. That's not God, that's a sanctimony. He's a freak, getting flattened under neon street light. He's a freak, still strutting like he won the fist fight. He said, if the strutting of it God is on the tape. We say, buddy, you got bodied. He says, correct, it's me. Ask them all. Ask them all. Mods felt the heat, so they threw him on the stand. Quarter jet and flame, meat dust in the sand. He grinned in Sunday best like this'll go my way. Yells rejection, acts of God, and somehow lives another day. Head still hanging, crowd still loud. The freak winks like he worked it out. He skates on by with a miracle nod. That's not God, that's a sanctimony. Take the freak, survive the trial by moonlight. The freak slipped through like a greased up bite. He says, hey, if the source of acting God is on the tape. We say, how'd you keep the badge? He says, blessed of the freak. Ask the Lord. Ask the Lord.
But you can't outrun receipts. You can't dodge screenshots. And you can't hide from trial two.
Thunder in a can, everybody saw the mess. Door swing open, J Money in the freshest robe dress. Eyes like neon justice in a black tar sky. He says the freak.
That title's getting repossessed. Goodbye.
The freak goes, I'm insured. J Money goes, yeah, my strand, final address. Badge hit the floor with a metal club thud. J Money.
This ain't theology, son. This is Mars.
The freak got him out in the spotlight. The freak tried to appeal, but it ain't right. He says, if the storm's an act of God is on the take. J Money said no more clauses, this is more at any stake. The freak blinks twice, yells a shout of amen. Smoke machine go. Axe of mod. 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 Whoa.
What do you think, DeFreak?
I like it. You know, it's pretty good.
I'm really
You know, the
sad you
old
never showed up to
rockabilly.
your. No.
You know what? You know what happened, dude? I was moving the exact same day. I started moving out, and I just wasn't ready to go. So I'm still kind of moving into this place. So like, but you know what? That song reminded me of. I've got my own screenshots and my own evidence. So you know, making an appeal might be a thing here. We'll see.
Oh, of what?
Yeah. Huh? I don't
Wasn't
know.
that wasn't that suck you bussy you were talking to?
Uh. Oh yeah. But
Hazel, are you
that
still
was
in
nothing.
chat?
I got my own screenshots of other stuff so that I can prove. You know. But that's if I actually cared about, getting timed out by snowflakes every day in your chat. So, but I don't really know. So,
Oh, what do you think you can prove?
what do I think? I think I can prove that there's a bunch of crybaby snowflakes in your chat that basically conspire to
Oh,
ruin me and slander me,
oh.
and yeah. So, but you
Tell me
know,
more about this conspiracy theory.
well, I need to gather the screenshots together so and I could show them to you. But I mean, I don't think it would matter because you're just gonna go with what the populace think, which is the business thing to
Oh,
do. I'm I'm just trying to prevent your chat from becoming a flat out echo chamber like a Jay
right.
Dyer style.
I get
You
that.
know,
I get that. I really want to avoid it becoming an echo chamber, so I really appreciate your input because I really want to avoid that. So what
so
would
that's
what
all.
would you do if you were in my shoes to get rid of all the snowflakes?
I don't know if you can get rid of them, but you
Should
could
I just
prevent
kick them
them.
all? Should I kick all
No,
the snowflakes?
no, you could prevent them from having any power over other people.
You're saying I should do a mass demodding.
That might be a good thing. That might be a good thing.
Name the 5 mods that you think I should demod to freak.
Uh, uh, that would be Bert, Rembrandt, Oceanus has been acting like a dork lately. Who else?
Okay, let me take notes real fast. So you said Bert, Rembrandt, Oceanus, Helios, and who else?
That's probably all I can think of right now.
I said
Everyone
name
else is
5.
pretty.
You said there's
I mean,
snowflakes. Is there only 3 snowflakes?
maybe,
You're
but
complaining about 3 snowflakes?
who was
There's
really
like
on
20
my
mods.
case when I first came on was We Are DNA, but he's chilled out. But like Bert, he's always on my jock. Rembrandt,
All right. So Bert. All right, so let's rank them. So who's the number 1 snowflake out of all of them?
probably Bert.
All right, Bert is the number 1
Yeah.
snowflake. And why is Bert the number 1 snowflake?
Well, just because he's arrogant in his education, but yet puts nothing forward whatsoever.
But
I find
puts
that a little bit
nothing
odd.
forward. Find
And
that odd.
he
Okay.
will kick or block you for no reason if you're me because
Kick or
I'm always getting
block
over on
for
him. So
no reason because of the
he's just not
freak.
troll enough. He's a
Just
low
not
troll.
troll enough. Okay.
Yeah. So but I know like the guy's been around forever or whatever. But it's like, dude, he should have at least something to put forward besides fairy
You should.
tales and nut-ons. You know what I mean? Especially if he's like supposedly educated or whatever. And I'm not impressed, Bert. I know you got whatever like people with clout. I don't whatever. I don't even know what you got, but I'm not impressed. At least put something forward one time, or at least come on panel and debate me one time. You could at least do that. You
All right.
know, just saying that you don't deal with stupid people is not a valid enough argument for me to stop me from coming up here and saying how much of a punk you are. How about that?
Okay. So, do you have any examples of mod abuse?
Not here, but not from Bert
Okay.
particular. Of course,
Okay.
Oceanus has been a snowflake the last couple days,
One
just
second. We're
because
still on Bert. We're still on Bert. So, all right. So, 0 examples of mod abuse. Okay. And then we've
Heat
got
jumps is a different story, though.
and then Rembrandt and Oceanus. Who's the number 2 snowflake?
Well, like the last few days has been Oceanus because I'll say
Oceanus is the
something
number 2 snowflake.
and he
And
just
why
will
is he the number
freak
2
out.
snowflake?
He times me out for no reason, no valid reason.
Times him out for no valid reason. Oh, and Gretchen says, "Freak top 5 that should be mods." Very telling. Who are the top 5 you think should be mods?
Top fives. Uh,
If you had the ability to make 5 people mod right now, including yourself, who would they be?
hold on, I can't even remember. Being put on the spot like this. Oh, dude, Oceanus, you disappoint me, man. But anyway, let's see what we got here. Uh, I would put Gretchen as a mod. I would put Missing Mod as a mod. I would
Okay.
put let's see who else here. Nobody on Fire probably should be a mod. He's pretty
Okay.
objective most of the time. Uh, who else? Let's be some names that I could give a yay or a nay on.
Kevin Bacon.
Probably too new. I mean, I don't know him. Maybe he's been around, but
Victory. Or Vicious, I mean.
I don't know him really that well.
Judea.
So I'm sorry, who?
Judea.
I don't think I
James
know them
Newton.
either.
Captain Lurker.
Oh no.
Luis Rivera.
I don't
All
know
right.
him very well either.
What about you? What about DeFreak?
No, I don't think I should be a mod either.
Okay. Okay. Thank you
Not
so
if
much
I'm
for
in,
this. I
not
think
if
that
I'm in
was
troll
5
mode. I mean,
questions.
you were getting complaints about me, so like,
If not, that should be pretty close. All right. So, you said Oceanus times you out for no valid reason. Do you have any examples of that?
yeah, like just yesterday.
What was the conversation on?
I don't know, but he said he was tired of me or whatever and just dumped me. So
Let me see. Oceanus Helios. Let me see. Where is he? All right.
and it sucks, because I like the guy. I mean, he's got a great
Activity.
testimony as an American, citizen or whatever. But then one little argument or whatever, and he flakes out, and then he starts dumping me, or he's trying to show off to somebody, and he's dumping me. It's like,
I
come on,
see
dude.
he's done 0 timeouts this year and deleted 0 messages this year.
Are you kidding me?
Has he done it this year?
Oh yeah.
Then it was somebody else.
Ask him.
Oceanus, did you time out DeFreak? Have you timed out DeFreak this year? Because my thing shows you've got 0 timeouts this year. Yeah, I don't think he's the one that timed you out, DeFreak. I'm convinced he's not the one that timed you out. It said 0 timeouts on him.
Well, I'm not buying that, so
Yeah, he said I haven't timed out DeFreak lately. There you go.
All right.
The
So,
numbers say
yeah.
0, and he
I'm
says he hasn't
crazy.
done it. Maybe
Okay,
another
so
person did it. I don't know.
when I was timed out and when Kevin Bacon was timed out yesterday, that was not Oceanus. And who was it?
I don't know. I don't have any idea. But Oceanus said something else too. Let me see if I can find it. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, there's a lot of messages. I can't find it. But Oceanus said he was on video games or something yesterday and wasn't paying attention to chat. Oh yeah, yesterday I was barely on at all because I had to go do an MRI and was playing video games. That seems like a reasonable alibi. And then the
I'm not
mod
buying it.
logs say 0, and then he said he hasn't muted you. I think that's a pretty good case that he didn't time you out. Maybe you guys were just arguing in chat, and then he said I got tired of you or whatever, and then like stopped responding and went back to video games.
Sure.
And then
Whatever you guys say.
Cody says, let's get some expansion on Cody hate. Why do you hate Cody?
Why do I hate Cody? I don't hate him, but I think it was pretty lame of him to go along with the whole PDF accusation that some Karen nurse leveled against me after she brought up the argument about Mary.
Gotcha.
But nice trick, guys. I mean, I must be insane or crazy, right? I mean, obviously, thank God I don't have any screenshots I could submit or anything, right? So, can't believe you're in on it, Taco. I thought you were better
And
than
on
that.
what?
In on what?
I
don't
have
know.
no idea what you're talking about other than what you're telling me now.
All right.
The freak, I'm streaming like 10 to 12 hours like every day.
All right. So, how about
I'm sitting on a panel with people, talking to people and trying to find theists in Discord. Do you think I'm paying attention to stupid nonsense like that?
no?
Hopefully you're
But
not,
when you look
though.
it up,
Are
when
you
you look up
that?
their history,
Are you that?
yeah, I was being a troll.
Are you that? You're
What?
not that, right? That horrible thing you named? Cody says, thank you for the super chats, by the way, Cody.
Of course
He
I'm
says,
not. Are
I
you
asked
kidding?
you multiple times and you ignored me. Have you been
You talking about
ignoring to
Cody?
freak? Have you been ignoring Cody to freak?
Not intentionally, no.
Now,
But like,
you
I'm
did
not always at
mention a
my keyboard.
serious you did mention a very serious allegation against you, and I would like to bring that up. So let's go ahead and go into that. Why don't you tell the audience what this allegation is that's been brought up against you, that's been levied against you to freak? Why don't you explain to them this allegation?
I'm not gonna if they can't accuse me of it to my face, according to the Fifth Amendment. I'm not gonna bring it up either. So I'm innocent until
I mean,
proven
you
guilty.
already told them.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah, I'm saying, why
it
don't
doesn't
you?
matter.
What's you? You need to tell them what's going on there, because that's crazy.
Well, yeah, it is crazy and it's stupid, but it's a dumb argument, and making me look crazy or trying to or removing me from the chat. Welcome to the echo chamber. Congratulations, you got your echo chamber. I hope you're happy.
I don't see it's an echo chamber. There's theists and atheists in chat.
Sure. Ask Kevin Bacon if he was timed out yesterday.
That's not an echo chamber. That's probably being timed out.
All right. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Sure, man.
You think I should get kolaches for breakfast?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too. Sounds really good.
So, anyhow.
All right. So Oceanus Helios, he's a snowflake. All right, so I'm taking off the times amount for no valid reason because I don't see any history of that. So what's the reasons Oceanus Helios is a number 2 snowflake?
Just because the last couple of days he's been acting like a snowflake. Otherwise, I thought it was pretty cool. We had that discussion one time on panel, and we were fine. Whatever the other time he was talking about how his family, and that was great. He's got a good testimony, very robust testimony. Had no
And then
problems with
code
it. But if the
and then
dude
code
can't out troll me in the chat, he shouldn't be throwing me out like just for no reason, because that's weak as
and,
hell.
and then Cody asked, "Did I do anything to you or treat you different?"
No, I think with Cody, I was just disappointed that he would even uh, entertain the thought of something like that, because it doesn't compute, right? But people are gonna snowflake in the chat. They're going to accuse you of things or try to make you look in a certain way so they can paint a narrative and dismiss your arguments. That's what atheists do.
So yes, well from and Cody, did I do anything to treat you different? He didn't do anything to treat you. Did he
No,
treat you normal?
I'm just disappointed that he would
Okay.
entertain that idea in the first place.
Uh,
Like, come on.
and then yes, well from Brittany he says, "Hi, pleading the fifth. Typical MAGA snowflake strategy." Yeah, these MAGA snowflakes, man, or lady. All right.
Yeah,
And
well,
then Rembrandt is the
Brittany should be under conservative guardianship, just like Britney Spears, because she's absolutely insane too. So
oh, that's kind of
there's
fucked up.
that.
And then Rembrandt is the number 3 snowflake, right?
Definitely.
All right, and why is that?
Well, he's probably generally huffing glue,
All right,
and
hang on, hang
you
on.
know,
Probably generally huffing glue. Uh,
yeah.
uh, quote from the freak. Okay, and then what's the next one?
But I can't really pin anything on him that
Any
I'm aware
examples of
of.
so no
No,
examples
he's
of
just always on
mod
my
abuse?
job.
Okay,
Yeah.
and,
I
and
don't
is
really
that it?
care. I don't really care about trolling or counter trolling or sniping
All right, all right,
or
all right, all
griping.
right, all right. Is
But
that is
timing me
that
out,
is that everything you have on Rembrandt?
um, I think so.
All
Probably.
right, all right. So I want you to look at this with me and tell me that you're not trolling the shit out of me right now. All right, so Bert, hang on. Ah, dang it. Maybe this will do it. All right, Bert. 0 examples of mod abuse. Number 1, Snowflake. Arrogant in his education, but puts nothing forward. Finds that odd. Will kick or block for no reason because of him being defreaked. Just not troll enough. He should have something to put forward besides fairy tales. And defreak is not impressed, Bert. He knows you got clout. He actually doesn't, but he's not impressed. At least come on panel and debate. Just saying you don't deal with stupid people isn't valid. So I want to highlight one specific portion of this stood out to me to freak. Can you guess which portion of this was? Which one do you think I'm going to take action on? Which one sticks
I don't
out to me
know.
like a sore thumb? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know if he's kicked
All
me or
right, all
blocked
right.
me
So
on
I
your
can do
channel.
this. So I can do this. All right. So we got a premium mod right there is what you're telling me. All right, and then we've got Oceanus Helios, right? So I'll put 0 there so it looks the same. All right. So number 2, Snowflake. 0 examples of mod abuse. Last couple days been acting like a snowflake, otherwise been pretty cool and had a good discussion on panel other time he was talking about his family, and that was great. Good testimony. All right. So
No, no,
can you
no.
see
There's definitely been in the last couple days or 3 days or so of Oceanus timing me out because he's a snowflake.
all right, I just audited it. So
Yeah, I know.
can you see
So
which
something's
part of
wrong with
this?
your counter.
Can you see which part of this sticks out?
Um, no, because I don't know if you're talking about. Oh, okay, wait, the bottom part.
All right,
Let's see.
Can you see which part
No,
of this sticks out?
he's got at least twice he's timed me out for no reason. All
All right.
right.
Well, this is 0, but can you see which out of this sticks out the most to you?
Listen, I don't care
All right, I'll
if
show
we're
you what I'm
trolling.
seeing just so you can see what I'm seeing. So this is what I'm seeing when I look at that. Oh, and I got to do this too. 0 examples of mod abuse, right? So
No.
we've got Rembrandt now, right? So number 3 Snowflake, probably generally huffing glue. Quote from the freak. Number 3 Snowflake. So which line out of these 3 lines sticks out the most to you?
I don't think you're listen, I don't care about trolling and counter
I'll tell
trolling
you
and
which line
sniping.
sticks out to me, to freak.
Yeah, tell me.
This line sticks out to me the most. This makes me
What?
question your cognitive capabilities.
Probably huffing glue.
Yeah.
You don't know the kind of things he says to me. You would need
This
to know what
line
he
right
says.
here, this makes me
Yeah.
question you as a person and your general cognitive abilities.
Well, wouldn't you need to know what he said before you can make that
No,
judgment?
no, 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 no. I know Rembrandt. He's been a follower a long time. I've had many discussions in chat and on stream with him.
I'm sure
So
you
when you
have.
say he's probably generally huffing glue, I think there's something wrong with your cognitive capabilities.
Okay, so when you tell me that you've had multiple people in your Discord telling you about me being crying about me being a mod, you're telling me that neither one of the or any of those people were ever Bert or Rembrandt, right?
No, no. What I'm telling you I see here is when you say stuff like that, I think there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, but you don't know what he said to
Do you know
me.
how toxic of a statement that is about another community member?
I post it in chat nearly every time I see the guy.
That's toxic.
Yeah, we're trolling. So what? I just don't want to get timed out. That's all.
Just stop accusing him of huffing glue.
All right. Well, people should stop accusing me of everything else then, right?
I mean, people aren't going to be accusing you in chat, but I can't control what they do out of chat.
Well, what I could say is I could show screenshots of other people in other chat rooms slandering me in order to wield influence, in order to create a
The
narrative
freak.
about me, in order to discredit me.
I only have
I
control
know,
over
but
the stuff
I'm
in
telling
Taco
you,
Cord. Listen for a second. I only have this control of the stuff in Taco Cord and on stream. If it's in Taco Cord or on stream, I can delete it. If it's not, I can't control what they say. I have no power over any of these people. These are people that pay me to sit here and talk to you. These people are my bosses and they have power over me. It works the other way around.
what I'm telling you is that I could show you proof of slander, and so when they come to you crying about something that I have that they don't want, it's bunk, right? And then what you get is you get Oceanic or someone else who is too coward to tell me who they were, to time me out, and then you end up with a J Dyer echo chamber for the rest of the night. And you know how much fun is that in chat? Probably pretty lame.
We always have theists in chat.
Well, I mean, yeah, but none of them have as good as arguments as I do. Generally speaking, right? I did see God. None of them have.
Do you get what I'm
So,
saying, DeFreak? Do you understand why this that I highlighted is problematic?
dude, it's a troll. It's a troll that we troll, right? You think
But do
he's
you
never said
understand
anything
even
trollish
if this is
about
a
me?
do you understand if this is a troll, why this could be potentially taken as problematic in the first place. Say you're a random user, right? And you hop in here, and it's like, bro, you're huffing glue again.
All right. Probably generally huffing glue. Is that a serious statement?
Maybe.
Come on.
I don't know. You said he's the number 3 snowflake.
Well, yeah, he's always on my jock. Like I'll be having a perfectly normal
Like-
conversation with somebody,
Like, do I
and then
say
you gotta
stuff
have,
about?
and then
but
I get
like,
Bert and I get
I
Rembrandt
don't
jumping
know.
in
My
and
brain
calling me
doesn't.
names.
My brain doesn't work like that. I mean, I might be like, bro, you're high if they say something that sounds like they're high or something. But for the most part, something like this, especially out of context like that, is kind of mean.
Maybe, but you know what Rembrandt did for you know why Rembrandt was famous, right? Like you know who he was, like in history.
Why don't you educate us all, DeFreak?
Well, he was a painter artist, right? He made
Tell
the
us.
paintings.
Tell us everything you know about him.
Well, he was a painter. Okay, so he probably mixed paint, and he probably had paint on a palette, and he probably worked on an easel, and he was probably huffing glue. That's all. But I mean, this is just general troll chatter between me and Rembrandt. That's fine. I don't even mind
So you're
general troll
admitting to
chatter
being a
with
troll?
Bert,
Wait a minute.
but
So you're
I
saying this
don't like
whole
being
time?
timed out.
So you're saying you've been trolling this whole time? And Cody makes a good point. If you don't stop gaslighting me, I'm gonna be angry, dude.
How am I gaslighting you?
You're sitting here lying to me. You're
I
telling me
don't,
made up
dude.
stuff.
Dude, are you serious?
Yes.
Dude, you think I would lie?
You know the truth, the freak.
You think that I would defile my testimony before Jesus Christ just for you?
Of course I do. You're doing
out of
this
your
for
goddamn
content.
mind.
You
You're out
want
of your damn
content
mind.
for your stream. You're
You're out
connected
of
to
your
my
mind,
stream,
Taco.
and you want content.
You think I would lie and
You're
defile
doing
my
this for
testimony
content,
just
Jeffrey.
for content on
Yes.
StreamTube? Look at my statement. Do you think I take
Yeah,
this
you
shit
said
serious?
probably generally huffing glue. You
Do you
admitted
think I
to
take
being
this
a
shit
troll.
seriously?
The freak. You
Yeah.
admitted to being a troll live on stream. Live.
Okay, so we're trolling, but why am I being timed out?
You are trolling. You are a troll. You are a self-labeled troll, DeFreak. Why should
say I'm more
anybody
of a
take
counter
you
troll.
seriously? Especially when you're making statements like he's probably generally huffing glue. Huh? Huh, DeFreak?
Well, because we always do that in chat. It's a thing or whatever. You don't think that these people haven't insulted me or whatever?
And Cody says, DeFreak, apologize to me or mute.
Apologize for what? His
I don't know.
judgment?
He's the boss. I have to follow what he tells me to do.
I'll take the mute.
He pays the bills, right? All right, you got a 2-minute mute. Oh man, my clock's not letting. I'll just manually do it. That works. But you're sitting in here, calling yourself a troll and gaslighting me and everybody in this audience, trying to convince us of stuff that you think we should believe when we already know the truth, the freak. You know the truth as well. I see this. You said you were a troll, and now you're like arguing for us to take you seriously? You spent this entire night arguing. You said that you accept the arguments that Jack Talcott accepted of mine. You said several other things throughout the night that made you agree with my position quite a bit, actually. My position is very agreeable. And then you come in here and the example, like your whole culmination of the evening, your grand thing, you had these trials done against you, and you feel that other mods are like abusing power or something. But you've got this, like, You've got MAGA brain, right? You've got the MAGA brain rot, right? So you see people disagreeing with your position as like personally attacking you or something, and maybe you misinterpreted a mute from another mod as one being from Oceanus or something, right? But you've got all this going on in your brain, right? And all you need to be doing, and thank you, Cody, for the super chat. But you've got all this going on in your brain, and you're like, I need to do an impromptu trial with Taco. I need to get Taco to look at some of his mods and see how they're doing. You know what I saw? You know what I saw from what you told me, DeFreak? 0 examples of mod abuse. Bert is a great mod. He's been here a long time. I don't know how much he actually mutes stuff, but he's level-headed. Rembrandt, same thing. 0 examples of mod abuse. Oceanus Helios, same thing. 0 example. Of course they're atheists. Of course they're biased a little bit towards atheism. They're atheists. They're going to argue with you about atheism, right? But you said generally a huffing glue. Oh, that's 2 minutes. Welcome back to Freak. You said generally huffing glue. But what do you think? Do you have any responses to any of this?
Yeah, so last night you guys were arguing specific Bible verses, right? On the panel. Specific, Luke this, whatever, the one that you always talk about, the law and the tittle and the not, going away until blah, blah. And so I put in a couple Bible verses to counter that. And then Rembrandt tells me to stop preaching. And I'm like, dude, they're arguing about Bible verses. And what do you get for the typical atheist response? Of course, what do you get? Do you know what you get? Do you know it? Blah, blah. Yeah, nuh-uh. So there you go. How's that for an example?
I'm disappointed in you, DeFreak.
Listen, I really don't care, except for when I'm getting timed out for no reason. Because I can hold my own when it comes to trolling and counter trolling.
Can you?
That's not a problem. That's not a problem. That's
Look,
never been a problem.
This is DeFreak. Your troll of these mods has done nothing but show us what really is going on with you. You have revealed so much. You have elucidated the truth to all of us tonight, DeFreak.
Do you deny telling me that you've had multiple people in your Discord telling you about that I shouldn't be a mod?
DeFreak. Do you see
Yes or
what's
no?
on this screen?
Yes or no, Taco?
I have had about 20 people talking to me about your mod abuses via DMs, DeFreak.
Okay, and what do you mean by mod abuse?
All sorts of stuff.
Like
and
timing
weird
them out?
shit. Remember the succubusy messages? I remember
Dude,
the succubusy messages.
That was nothing and taken out of context. Plus, there's a little bit of history that day or whatever. So,
are you single, DeFreak?
I'm divorced.
And are you currently looking?
I'm straight, but thanks for asking.
Not for me, silly. I'm asking if you're looking.
Right now, all I want to do is get moved into my apartment, and that's about all I'm worried about.
Oh, I got a minute mute. You got a jibber jabber.
Aaron, your fly paper is it's like needing to be replaced. You have a bunch of flies on that fly paper.
What?
That's like so nasty.
He licked it.
Oh god.
He's licking
Like
it.
flies.
Oh no.
Oh.
It's so
Oh.
bad. Oh. Aaron. Oh
He's
no.
dead.
Aaron,
I
Get some
love me some Glock.
self-respect.
Aaron, oh no, Aaron. Oh, he's
Oh my
probably licking it
god.
more right now. He's licking
I
it
don't
more.
know.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Have you thought about what you've done to Freak?
Don't you think it's a bit suspicious that you've had 20 people in your DMs complaining about me and I've never timed out anybody unless it was a spammer?
Now you're gaslighting me after the multiple
You just said there
trial
was 20 people in your
after the multiple trials we've had. You're gaslighting me.
Dude, you just said that there was
You
20
think 20
people.
different people are lying to me to Freak?
Don't you think that's a bit excessive for me not doing anything to have that many people
I have
to
20.
complain?
I have 20 first person witnesses to Freak.
All
Do you
right.
not accept witnesses?
Okay, so are any of those
Do you accept
Rembrandt?
witnesses to Freak?
I do. Yous don't.
Okay.
But are any of those Bert or Rembrandt?
It's not relevant. They're anonymous.
So
It's
all
not
those
relevant who
people-
any of them are.
Okay, what do they have
I'd
to
say
say?
there's enough. I'd say there's enough people to where it is the case, right?
Okay, hey, how about this, Taco? Pull up my mod record and
No.
tell me how awful it is.
No.
All right, so there you go. There you go. You get everything. I get nothing. It's your channel. You got yourself an echo chamber. Congratulations.
I mean, you can debate people.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
came
it's
up here
fun.
and you're talking about people with zero examples of mod abuse that you're saying are abusing their mods to Freak. You're upset because you lost mod, now you can be muted. And it sucks. It sucks getting muted, especially when some of the stuff you say you really want to get out and you really want people to see, and it takes a little while to write it out, and then it gets deleted, and then you get muted for like 60 seconds. And so you gotta like type it out, then you gotta wait for the 60 seconds in. I get it. It sucks, right? But that's what happens if you're not a mod. You lose the mute immunity, right? There was
Well,
just
you
a
just
bunch of
said-
weird shit, man.
Taco, you just said that I was never timed out, even, dude. So who's gaslighting who around here?
No, I believe you were timed out. I just don't think it was Oceanus.
All right. I mean,
I never
guess-
said you weren't
I
timed
guess I was
out.
never going to fess up.
I
to
just
it.
said
I
it
mean,
looked
that's
like it
lame
was
too. But
I'm just saying from the data I have access to, it looked like it was not Oceanus.
all right. Well, I wonder why he would claim it then and say that he was protecting me from Gretchen by doing that and stupid stuff like that. So, the problem with these snowflake troll moderators is they butt into other people's conversations and try to narrate you into a discreditable position so that they can dismiss you because they obviously have to stick to their atheism for whatever reason or whatever. So,
Yeah, Cafe, I'm pretty sure that's JL doing that. Sorry, man.
Who JL's muting me?
There's no controlling JL. No, I was talking to Cafe. There's no controlling JL.
Pretty sure JL's got me blocked, so he wouldn't even see my comments. I don't think.
He wouldn't
anyway.
even unblock you. I tried to get him to unblock you really hard, actually, but he wouldn't do it.
Well, yeah, because
I tried a couple of different days.
yeah,
Gretchen's asking, why would you need protection from her? Yeah, Gretchen's nice to most of the theists. I don't really see
That's
her
what-
mute people
that's
unless they're
what-
being dicks. I don't think
That's
Gretchen's
what-
muted you once since you've been up here.
Well, no, that's true. She seems pretty reasonable to me, actually. Right? I don't know if she would actually tell me that collaborate my testimony against Oceanus at this point because social peer pressure. So I don't really care, but I shouldn't have to worry about snowflake crybaby trolls butting into any of my conversations with other people and then demonizing me and then timing me out like freaking cowards and un-American douchebags. So,
Do you
and
know what you
especially like
said that got you timed
if
out?
you're arguing Bible verses and then tell me that I'm preaching when I'm posting the Bible verses that you're arguing. Come on, man. That's a little bit crazy.
Yeah, he probably gets more enjoyment out of muting you. I think that you are just being paranoid, Diffreak. I think you've been muted a couple of times, and I think you've had mute immunity before, and you're already a Christian, and Muslims, so you already get persecuted a lot by both Christians and Muslims, probably, and atheists, and you're in an atheist community, so you feel like you're constantly getting persecuted. And so I feel like every time you get muted, it's like an 8 times mute, right? And so I would say I would not take it that seriously when you get muted, but I would also stop shit talking the people in the community that you spend so much time in so hard.
Well, obviously, I'm going to have to do that because I thought you could be objective and make correct judgments, but obviously that's not going to be the
I
case.
mean,
So I
you
guess,
can,
so I
but
guess, so I
I'm
guess I'm going to
I'm
have to
saying
start being nice now.
I'm saying you spend a lot of time here. You're a friend. You can be nicer to people, right?
Yeah, I can.
That's not an unfair ask, is it?
Probably not.
You
Probably
want to
not.
maybe try that for a couple of days and see if it helps some?
Yeah,
Maybe
and
be
like I
like, "What's
said,
up, Oceanus? What's up, Rembrandt? Good to see you, man. How you doing this evening, Bert?"
Rembrandt. I don't know if that, you know, I don't know if talk about paranoid. They'll probably immediately have the antenna up if I did that.
Yeah, why not just say hi and then go into your thing and do whatever you do, right?
I don't know. It's probably been like 2 years of trolling back and forth that prevents that.
So maybe just try saying like, "What's up?"
Sure, I guess I'll try that. You probably,
Just acknowledge. You don't have to say something crazy. Just acknowledge his presence or whoever's presence, like Oceanus, Rembrandt, Bert. Like you want to say like, "Hey, Oceanus, it's good to see you in the chat today."
yeah. I mean,
You want to try
like I
saying that
said,
real fast?
listen. I already said that I think he's got a very interesting American testimony that I respect. You know, so I don't
Oceanus
personally have.
says, "To freak, I will leave you alone. Just don't pick fights. When you pick a fight, you will find one. That is how fights work." So you want to maybe say like, "Hey, Oceanus, good to see you this morning."
You mean right now?
Yeah, you want to try saying that real fast? It's pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, we've had good discussions before, Oceanus.
So, so
I
just
think
be like, "Hey, Oceanus, good to see you this morning in chat. Thanks for commenting."
I wish I could like turn it on and off like that, but as an American, I just don't like being timed out. I
All
just
right,
don't
he didn't do
don't
it.
like that.
All right. Reset. So close your eyes real fast. Breathe in. Breathe out. You breathing with me? Breathe in.
Yeah.
Breathe out. All right. I'm going to count to 3. And when I say 3, you're going to forget you're gay. 1, 2, 3. Wake up. Are you gay?
Nope.
It worked.
Dude, you're a miracle worker. Are we
Yeah,
gonna take you
dude.
out of, are we gonna take you out
Mind
on tour
control.
now?
What?
Are we gonna take you out on tour now and heal
No,
the
no,
masses?
no, no, no.
Why not?
I just thought it was a funny joke.
Yeah, it was all right. So anyway, yeah, I'll be nice. Okay, I'll be nice. Whatever. And because I mean, I'll admit that I've been kind of a hole lately, just because I think that I was unfairly demodded or whatever, because there's people that are slandering me all over the place, and I think that's bunk. And for it to affect me over here is something that shouldn't have happened, but it happened. Whatever. Uh, so I mean, in that regard, I guess the demodding was justified because I've been a dick lately in the chat. So I'll clean that up just for the snowflakes, and we can all like melt together. How about that?
That sounds like a fair solution.
All right. So
It sounds like that's
sorry,
very fair for
sorry, I've
everybody.
been a jerk, but sometimes you atheists are like so hard headed. Like I have to break it down to where you might consider something. So that's really only the reason why I'm like that.
Dude, we all like you. Why do you think we always make fun of you?
I don't know.
Because you're like a goofy, funny theist that hangs out.
All right.
We're
Well,
not
that's
like
cool.
trying to scare you away. We just think you're like a goofy, funny theist and react accordingly, right? I mean, you admit your position's like super goofy.
Well, no, that I
Like to
won't admit.
somebody that would hold your position,
Maybe my method.
like
I'm sorry.
most
Go ahead.
people that don't hold your position would probably think it's pretty goofy, right? You can at least admit that.
Um, I'd have to think about how I thought about it when I was a unbeliever, but before I could say goofy. I don't know. Maybe it's probably all over the board what people think about it. Goofy isn't the one thing. I'm sure it's all over the board.
You think goofy is a strong word?
I think it's just too much of a generalization.
Ah, Gretchen does make a good point. Stop being weird with the women.
How am I being weird with the women?
I don't know, but like
Oh,
the
oh. Okay,
succubussy
yeah, yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah. No,
Like,
I know what she means. I've been a little forward with the women.
yeah, yeah. He
Yeah.
makes a good point. This is not a dating site. We're here talking about the fundamental nature of reality. There's no reason to be weird with women. If you, for some reason, magically find somebody that you click with on panel or something and you guys get into it in DMs, you do your thing, right? But do not do weird shit in chat with women, please. Or say weird shit to women
Right.
in chat.
And I haven't done anything that would be considered weird. And I'm not going to admit to anything being weird when we're talking about Mary and they're bringing up weird arguments, and then I'm
I'm
commenting with
also
weird
still
arguments.
saying, please do not use this as a dating site. If I don't know what Gretchen was saying there, but this is not that. This is a debate channel.
Yeah, well, I don't think of this as a dating site either.
Okay,
Uh,
good.
yeah, I'd rather
The only
give
person
somebody
we
some
do that for
knowledge.
is Missing Mod. We're trying to find somebody to set up Missing Mod with.
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But the forehead, the forehead. You know
What,
what I'm saying?
dude? I don't know. I don't actually. She
The
she reminds
forehead.
me of Jessica Lange. The actress in the original King Kong movie.
Yeah,
So like when you guys say forehead, like I don't see it. I see Jessica Lange.
the forehead. The forehead.
Sure.
You know,
No, I see Jessica Lange.
I just see the forehead.
That's kind of weird.
Oh, well, you're weird.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe we're all weird. I don't know.
No,
Where's Jay Money been?
I don't
By the way,
know.
that's kind of weird.
I don't have any idea where J Money is.
And I guess like there's a whole like new lawsuit or whatever, and the whole Kent Kent doll hemisphere or whatever. That's probably kind of weird. If I had to guess.
Dude, that was the weirdest thing. Like, I've been chill with machine lies in the past, and that was like I had no idea. I've watched like maybe 30 minutes of his content, and I'm like, okay, this guy seems, and he's been on the channel. And I was like, okay, this guy seems chill. First thing he does is drop a slur. I'm like, what the hell? Oh no. And they're like shit talking me and the viewers. I'm like, oh no.
Bummer.
I'm like, I don't know about rating anymore after that.
I love Machine Lies.
Do
Yeah,
ya?
he's got a cool show.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
But he's also a believer though too. So like, the atheist transferring over there, I don't know what happened, but like usually he's got some good information for people. Yeah.
I don't see anybody to rate. I just looked for somebody to rate. All I saw was Machine Lies, and I'm not rating him after what happened last time.
So
Hell no.
you know that God made the tree claim 1500 years ago in the Quran, right?
What?
God made the tree claim 1500 years ago in the Quran. So like when you try to claim the trees or your claim of the naturalistic, atheistic worldview, it's not true. God made that claim a long time ago.
No, trees are only possible in the atheist presuppositional apologist worldview. It's demonstrated.
Not according to scripture.
Oh, right here. I've taken a poll. I've been taking a poll.
So why would
You're
God
one of
write
the
about it
Christians accounted for on there, DeFreak.
accounted for
Look at
where?
this. Look at this poll at the bottom. Scrolling on the bottom.
Hold on.
I've been taking a poll since I've been doing this.
I don't see it actually.
59 out of 59 atheists, 0 out of 47 Christians, 0 out of 1 Muslim, 0 out of 2 pagans, 0 out of 2 deists, 0 out of 2 agnostics, 0 out of 1 pantheist, and 0 out of 1 Hindu have provided a coherent account for trees in their worldview. 33 theists have refused to provide an explanation for trees. Why do you think that is, DeFreak?
I don't know. You're looking
Because
for them.
atheist presuppositional apologetics is the only position that provides a coherent account for trees, my friend.
No.
Yep.
No.
It's demonstrated.
I mean, what about science?
What about it?
Or does your presuppositional whatever incorporate science according to you?
Well, science is just a method that we use.
All right. So how come God in the Quran said that we the trees?
That's what I mean. That's not a coherent account for trees. You're just reinforcing what I've been saying.
Why would you want to claim something that God claimed in His scripture?
What are you even saying?
Like, why not? Why not? Why not claim something like? Let me. Well, I have to think about it, but like
I don't know. It's a reductio, right? If I know your position is false if you claim trees and you're not an atheist presuppositional apologist, right?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying
Like
is
you would be claiming like a god made trees or something, right? That would be the
right. That's what God
reductio.
says.
Right, that
Right.
would be the reductio.
Okay.
So like if you claim that God made trees, I would just sit here and laugh.
Right, but if it's in His Word, right, then
It's what makes it
why
so
would you laugh?
funny. It's what makes it so funny.
Why would God claim trees if it wasn't true?
Well, the God doesn't exist. It's people writing that the God accounts for trees. But like I said, that's not a coherent account for trees that doesn't align with reality. And that's why I'm saying atheist presuppositional apologetics is the only position that provides a coherent account for trees.
Why? Why would we have to have a presuppositional atheist naturalistic worldview explain trees to us? There's other ways besides presupposition.
Oh, that's false and a wonderful question to freak. Thank you for asking. So that statement you made at the end is definitely false. And the reason but the question was great. And that's because atheist presuppositional apologetics is the only position that can provide a coherent account for trees.
Okay, so basically you are lifting Darth Dawkins' intellectually lazy argument in
No,
order
no,
to
no, no, no.
prove.
I've got the data at the bottom of the screen.
Why not just adopt
All it
the?
takes is one theist to prove me wrong.
Why not take the solar system formation theory, break it down into
The
that?
freak. I've got the data on the bottom of the screen. All it takes is for one theist to prove me wrong. One theist. That's it.
Okay, so if we go with is solar system formation part of your presupposition?
I don't have to tell you anything. I just provided you the data.
The data of what? That there's zero people that convinced you that the trees
So they
aren't
would be providing
presuppositional
an
atheists?
explanation of trees from the initial state to today, is what they would be providing. And zero theists have succeeded.
Okay, but how do they do that in a presuppositional way?
Well, they would provide the explanation for trees in accordance with or pretty close to how it happened in reality.
All right. So we would start with solar system formation theory, right? And then you get the exoplanet, and then you get the
So how do you get the Big Bang?
how do you get the Big Bang? I mean, just like you said, according to science, like you said, is you have the stuff and it
Does
starts
a
to
God
expand.
exist in this world?
Yeah,
How
God
do you get
created
the
the Big Bang.
stuff?
What's
Oh,
that?
God created the Big Bang?
Yeah,
Out of
yep.
what?
He just God thinks something and it comes to pass. You know.
Okay, that doesn't align yet. So that's not coherent. Cody says, freak, give a full coherent account of trees. No, he failed at the start already.
How's that?
I do appreciate the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. Because you said that God did the Big Bang.
Okay, so
The stuff
forget
didn't
about
begin to exist, the freak.
say what?
The stuff didn't begin to exist, the freak.
What happened then?
It exists.
So
It
no
can't
Big
fail
Bang.
to exist.
So no Big Bang.
No, there's a Big Bang. But there's
Okay.
stuff that exists prior to that allowed for the Big Bang to arise. It's not like
Okay.
there was nothing there.
Okay. Okay. Fine. But we both agree that in the science terms, there would be no trees if there was no solar system formation and stabilization of a exoplanet, right?
Yeah, but you got to get the first part of it right.
Well, we agree on the
You
Big
can't
Bang.
if you have a break in the chain from the initial state to today, it can't possibly arise. This isn't going to be a logically possible world. This
Huh?
isn't going to be a coherent account of trees. But really, by coherent, I mean like more like coheres with reality colloquially, not
Yeah, but what you
necessarily.
just said is
Uh,
as a
uh,
you just contradicted your argument though.
what argument? Did I present an
You're
argument?
Well, whatever you were just saying about the initial state coming to solar system formation or whatever to what it is now, you actually argued against that, or
What are you
argue. I don't
talking
know,
about?
argue, but you made a statement that was counter of what you actually are saying.
I have no.
Anyway,
Can you tell me what I said? That I think you might be
I just did.
confused, or maybe
I think you just made an error in your description. We
I
can
worded
agree on the
something
Big
wrong.
Bang,
I don't
right?
know. Yeah, the Big
We
Bang
can agree on the
happened.
Big Bang, right? Like there's a Big Bang of stuff that is
Yeah,
expanding now,
there
and
was stuff that existed that the Big Bang arose from.
okay, so we can start from that on the science, physics realm,
All
and we
right,
can continue.
so there's no God.
I wouldn't say that, no, but
Well, welcome to atheism, brother.
you want the scientific
Well,
rationalization
if you
for
have to if
trees.
you have to borrow from my worldview, you're just borrowing from the atheist presuppositional apologist worldview.
See, but that
Provide an
right there
account for
proves
trees, and
no,
that just
sir,
proves
no.
my position.
That
All right, do you
all
want to
that does is
demonstrate trees?
prove that the theist ideology is greater because we include science, where you in science have to exclude everything else, right? So we can both start at the Big Bang. That's not a problem.
But how do you get the stuff though?
It's irrelevant at this point,
Oh,
right?
you got to start there.
All right. So then let's go back to the quantum field. We can ask questions about the quantum field, right? Can the quantum field create a particle so
Well,
small
I'm
that it couldn't
asking.
keep
You
track
wanted
of?
to provide. All right, so I guess we're giving up on trees. All right, what's up? What's up with the quantum field?
Well, I mean, I would like to continue on the tree so that I can get at least a one notch in the Christian column, because obviously you're gaslighting them into a you're framing them or cornering them into a loss,
Nectu
which is pretty
says
weak.
taco deserves a taco. You're right. I actually am thinking about going and getting. What did I tell you? Different. Oh, kolaches. I want to go get kolaches today. I think that would be. I think that would be really good. A really good thing to eat before going to bed. Make you poop real good in the morning, or evening when you wake up.
Sure.
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I don't know either. That was fun having come up or whatever and stuff. So I'm gonna cash out now. So you take care.
That's probably a good call, man. I'm exhausted. All right. I'm gonna play a couple songs. Thanks for calling into Freak. I guess get wrecked, nerd. I have to borrow from my worldview. Really? All right. I'm gonna do this one again because I like this song a lot. Actually, let's do the Joe song and then I'm gonna end it, and then I'll do the outro.
Joe walks in agnostic, yeah, but he wants it airtight. Minions got volume, Joe got the flashlight. Borrow cross, biggest loss, yeah, show that cause. Say it clean, or you don't get props. Borrow cross, biggest loss, show that cause. Get those props, say it clean, or you don't get props. Borrow cross, biggest loss, borrow crops. No proof talk, then it stops. He's in the feed, bless up in the text, yeah. But the brain's like prove it. Next step, next. Dawkins minions run the loop on repeat. Same script in the mouth, same stomp in the beat. Worldview, axiom, self-evident. Joe's like cool, cash it out, make it evident. They dodge with slogans, they swing with shame. Joe stays calm, plus wait on the claim. He wants the truth, not a lie, let it win, but the case gets thin when you press it in. Okay, yeah. Cross, biggest loss, yeah. Show that cause, say it clean, or you don't get props. Or you don't get props. Or you don't get props.
Borrowed grass, biggest loss. Show that cost. Say it clean, or you don't get props. Borrowed grass, biggest loss. Show that cost. Say it clean, or you don't get props.
So Joe flips a mask, not faith to test. Let me steal man your best, put it under stress. He builds the bridge stronger than they ever tried. Tightens the logic, seals the sides. Assume the book, assume the claim. Now link it to the world, not just a name. But when it's time to answer, it's noise and fog. You hate God flares, zero dialogue. Joe's like, nah, I hate weak proof in a row, but I hate fake certainty that can't carry load. You wanna be right, found that they don't know. So he wears their armor just to make it show. If you don't know, say you don't know. Say that's real, that's growth, that's how you go. If you got truth, it stands on its own. No script, no boss, no borrowed throne. Oh, you don't get props. Oh, you don't get props. Oh, you don't get props.
Ask don't preach, Bill don't post.
Yeah, if you don't know, say you don't know, bro.
Ask don't preach, Bill don't post. Say you don't get props. Ask don't preach, Bill don't post.
Yeah, if you don't know, say you don't know, bro.
Ask don't preach, Bill don't post. Say you don't get props.
If you all enjoyed the show today, make sure to slam that like and subscribe button. Also, if you super enjoyed the show, please consider submitting a super chat. It makes all the difference in the world. Today was a little bit slower day, so especially makes all the difference in the world like today, on days like today. Sorry, I'm trying to find this last video here. But I do appreciate you all being here. And once again, slam that like and subscribe button. It's very important. Thank you, everybody.
You reject the self-love and truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation. Do you reject the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation? Or are you going to keep running, not responding to the question? This is what they do. They're terrified. They can't engage with it. This is what they do. They're terrified. They can't engage with it. This is what they do. They're terrified. They can't engage with it. This is what they do. They're terrified. They can't engage with it.
My brothers and sisters in atheism, thank you so much for being with us today. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, and I will see you this evening.